Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to call this business meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order on this Monday, April 26, 2021. Thank you for joining us. We will start our meeting, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are able, please rise and join us with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll of the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga, looks like he is confirmed absent for now. Councilmember Carter?
Present.
Councilmember Coulter?
Present.
Councilmember Lohman?
Here.
Councilmember Martin?
I'm present.
Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Mayor Busse?
Present. 6 of 7 Bloomington City Council members are present. We did get an email from Councilmember Beloga earlier today. He wasn't feeling well. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to join us, so we may or may not be seeing him at some point in this evening, so I just wanted to let folks know that. Item 3 on our agenda is the approval of tonight's agenda. Council, we have 6 public hearings, or 6 items under hearings and resolution. 5 of them are actually public hearings. Item 7.4, which is an ordinance discussion to implement ranked choice voting for municipal elections, is not a public hearing. We've had a public hearing on that, and continuing the council discussions here, we've closed the public hearing. For viewers under our organizational business, items 8.1 through 8.4 are basically study items. We'll be having the discussion between staff and council, but there will not be a public input process there for our organizational business. All of those things, obviously, especially the Racial Equity Strategic Planning Committee update will come back, I'm sure, for further discussion, and ultimately the earned safe and sick leave, the process for developing the ordinance, and ultimately the ordinance will certainly be a public hearing at some point in the future. Council, any additions or corrections to this evening's agenda? Hearing none, I would move approval of our agenda.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve this evening's agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0, and we have an agenda for this evening's meeting. Item 4 is our public comment period, and item 4.1 is a response to prior meetings' public comments, where Mr. Verbrugge has an opportunity to respond to comments made at prior meetings. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. At the previous meeting, we had several commenters. Only one specifically asked questions for response. Mr. David Clark asked the city manager to respond to a number of questions regarding budget and staffing. So with the help of our budget manager, Kari Carlson, we've put that information together. The first question was, how much has city spending gone up in real dollars and percentages in the past 5 years? We used the actual budget information from the years 2016 to 2020, which is the last 5-year frame. Actual expenditures increased by 12%, or $18 million over the past 5 years for all budgeted operating funds. And of those expenditures, general fund expenditures, which is where most of the property tax dollars get directed, increased by 11%, or $7.4 million over the past 5 years. So that is an increase from $68.4 million to $75.8 million from 2016 to 2020. So 11% over a 5-year period, slightly more than 2% a year. How many full-time equivalent positions has the city created in the past 5 years? The full-time equivalent position count budgeted in 2016 was 579. In 2020, it was budgeted at 585 FTEs, which was an overall increase of 6 FTEs from 2016 to 2020. In 2021, it should be noted, the budget authorized FTE count, the full-time equivalent employee count, was reduced down by 23 positions from 2020. So we're actually at 562 currently, which is 17 less than it was in 2016. How much in dollars have salaries increased, and what percentage increase have these two metrics gone up in the past 5 years? Salaries in real dollars were $50,987,000 in 2016. In 2020, it was $57,802, and that's a total increase of $6.8 million over those 5 years, or 13.4%, which is an average increase of 3.2% per year. That 3.2% per year is consistent with most other cities, neighboring cities around us, and it represents generally the cost of salaries and benefit increases. That's just salaries. It doesn't include the benefit increases. But in the salaries, it's both the cost of living increase from year to year that is negotiated with our collective bargaining units. And for our non-represented employees, they generally track what the collective bargaining units negotiate. And then there's also increases for performance that are included in that number. So 3.2% is very consistent with other cities. Those were the questions that Mr. Clark had asked. The other thing I wanted to point out too is that it's good to have these numbers out in front of the community. Last year during our community budget advisory committee process, it was probably the most transparent budget discussion that we've had in our community ever over the 6-month period. And I think that if you look at the numbers of our city taxes that are paid on a monthly basis by the median value home, and you compare that to the peer cities that we've used as our comparison group for many years, you'll see that Bloomington still compares very favorably. Back in 2016, we were the lowest dollar amount on a monthly basis. We're actually just a little bit higher than the city of Plymouth. And since then, we are still just a little bit higher than the city of Plymouth, and we're still lower than Richfield, Minnetonka, Minneapolis. We're right in there with Maple Grove. We're lower than Eden Prairie, Edina, Brooklyn Park, and I mentioned Minneapolis. So what our property taxpayer pays on a median value home is still lower than almost every other peer city from a comparison perspective. Mr. Mayor and council members, are there any questions on that information?
Council, any questions? Councilmember Lohman.
So, Mayor and City Manager, when we say peer city, just for those who may not necessarily know what that means, can you help just kind of explain how that would compare population-wise and budgetary-wise, what that looks like, just so folks have a better understanding of kind of, we're not just going out there and cherry-picking folks.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Lohman, thank you. We generally look at the Hennepin County cities that are similar in population. We're obviously the largest of them, being the largest suburban community in the metro region. But the other communities, Brooklyn Park is about 80,000 people. Edina, Eden Prairie, Maple Grove are all over 50,000. Minnetonka is right around that area, 54,000, I think. And Plymouth, obviously, is over 70,000. The only outlier there is Richfield. We include Richfield because it's a neighboring community. And then we include Minneapolis just because it's the largest city in Hennepin County, so it's good to track against them as well. So thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Not cherry picking, generally the cities that are equivalent in size or neighboring to Bloomington.
Council, any additional questions? Thank you for that update. Mr. Verbrugge? And while we're in the response to public comments from last week, I want to take the opportunity to make some comments regarding the statements made at last week's public comments by Ms. Natalie Morose. And I'm responding because Ms. Morose was purportedly commenting on the April 14th council minute that came on the heels of the events in Brooklyn Center where Dante Wright was killed in an interaction with police. In that council minute, I took the opportunity to talk about the work we're doing here in Bloomington to advance racial equity, inclusion, and diversity in our city. And I need to respond because Natalie's comments last week don't come remotely close to accurately representing any of the points that I made in that April 14th council minute. Fortunately, video is available for each, for the council minute and for last week's meeting, so it's pretty easy to see the misrepresentation of what I said. So here is a portion of what Natalie said last week. It appears to have been a horrible accident. There's no evidence whatsoever that it was racially motivated, and at this point seems to be a split-second decision gone wrong over a routine traffic stop and a driver trying to flee the scene instead of being taken into custody for an outstanding warrant. Natalie also says, an investigation is underway, and until then, unsubstantiated judgments about what happened should not be made, especially not by our mayor in his official capacity. She also said, however, during the April 14th council minute, you took the opportunity to wrongfully and inaccurately use this horrible tragedy as an example of police brutality against people of color, which could not be further from the truth. You chose to once again fan the flames of racial division when what is needed is unity, not division. She also said, this is incredibly dangerous behavior, and I'm shocked along with others in our community. Many stopped watching the council minute before it was even over as soon as they saw you taking advantage of the situation to present a false narrative about what happened. I watched the entire thing and found myself very saddened by it. Did you, Natalie? Did you watch the entire thing? Because it sounds to me like you read a script that was written with a certain end in mind, but that doesn't fit anywhere near what I said. I started by saying this. I started by saying I'm deeply saddened and more than a little disheartened that Dante Wright, a young black man, died at the hands of a police officer in Brooklyn Center on Sunday. I'm sure most of you have seen the video by now, or if you haven't, you know the story. I don't need to repeat the details. The next and only other time that I mentioned Dante Wright's name is when I said the following. The world is watching Minnesota right now. With the trial of Derek Chauvin about to wrap up, and now the police officer killing of Dante Wright, we are center stage for really hard conversations about race, equity, and unity. Natalie, is that what you mean by unsubstantiated judgments about what happened? Is that what you mean by wrongfully and inaccurately using this horrible tragedy as an example of police brutality against people of color? Or were you trying to make a specific talking point fit without regard for what actually was said? I go on to describe what I was going to talk about in the council minute. Again, this is right from the script. This is right what I said in the council minute. I do, however, want to spend my time with you today talking about why it matters for us here in the city of Bloomington and why we have committed ourselves to advancing the work of racial equity, inclusion, and diversity in the City of Bloomington organization and throughout our community. And so in the council minute, I then talked about the city's strategic plan, where inclusion and equity are key pillars, and talked about our goals to diversify our boards and commissions, to make our workforce more reflective of the community they serve, and that we want to establish a process to evaluate our city services, programs, and policies through the lens of equity. I talked about the hiring of our racial equity coordinator and said that as an elected official, I have a moral obligation to ensure that city services are accessible, fair, and equitable to everyone in this community. I also discussed the fact that 500 parcels here in the city of Bloomington still have racially restricted covenants attached to their deeds. I talked about the work we have done in Bloomington over the past 6 months, including adopting a racial equity business plan, declaring racism to be a public health crisis, the formation of racial equity action teams in city departments, and the recent kickoff of our racial equity strategic planning process. Natalie, based on some of your past comments and the running commentary by many of your friends on social media, this is probably what you see as fanning the flames of racial division. I see it as doing the work that we need to do to make this a better community. The only way we're going to come out of this a better community is by staying engaged in the really hard work of recognizing how our systems and institutions continue to perpetuate inequities. We need to build trusting relationships, and we need to say that who we were is not who we are going to be in the future. And finally, Natalie, I really wonder if you watched the entire council minute. At one point, you criticized me for failing to express support of our own law enforcement in Bloomington. You wonder if in a time of crisis, I might just throw the police under the bus. Now, you say this despite the fact that there is not a single example of me or anyone on this city council offering anything other than support of and gratitude for our Bloomington police. In the council minute, I spent time complimenting the success of the Joint Community Police Partnership and expressing gratitude for the work that the police do with the Multicultural Advisory Committee, which finds opportunities to bring police officers and residents together to get to know each other, provide opportunities for positive interactions, and to build trust. And I said, and this is a direct quote from that council minute that you watched, Natalie, I am most grateful for the outstanding work done by the men and women of the Bloomington Police Department and the culture and expectation of excellence and professionalism that is the foundation of everything they do. You must have missed that part, Natalie, when you watched the entire council minute. If you really did watch, I can only assume one of three things. First, you watched but really didn't understand what I was talking about. Second, you watched and understood what I was talking about, but then intentionally misrepresented what I said to fit your narrative that appears to be in complete opposition to the work that we're doing as a city on racial equity. Or third, you watched, heard that I was talking about race and equity, and your implicit bias immediately kicked in, and you responded with a bunch of talking points about race baiting and throwing the police under the bus. I don't have any problem with people disagreeing with words that I say or challenging any policy decisions that I make as mayor. But for God's sake, disagree with things that I actually say and challenge policy decisions I actually make. Don't put words into my mouth, don't create an alternate reality, and don't spin up some ridiculous conspiracy theories. We've got enough to worry about here in the real world. I ended the April 14th council minute with a call to action. I said that we have a lot of work to do. I said it more than once. We have a lot of work to do. There are countless people in this community who are doing good on the issue of race. I applaud the Jefferson and Kennedy students who rallied here at Civic Plaza last week. I know that faith communities are doing important work within their congregations. Our business community is stepping up. Bloomington City employees are really digging in. I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Thank you for your work. And I also want to offer a caution. There are people who are actively working against the good work you and we are all doing. We still have a lot of work to do. Council, any questions? Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I just want to say that I appreciate your statements of clarification. I think on this issue and the issues that you have raised in your minute, even today, are critically important for Bloomington's future. I want to just reaffirm and thank you, Mayor, for not staying silent on all of these important issues as we move forward. And I appreciate your leadership for this council and for this staff and for this community. Thank you again for clarifying that. I'm glad that you spoke loudly so that folks can hear. We cannot have folks misrepresenting what our city stands for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, other questions? If not, let's move on our agenda to item 4.2, our public comment period, which is a 20-minute period at the start of each council meeting where we allow residents to call in and comment on items not on tonight's agenda. And we generally, we limit folks to 5 minutes per call to make it equal for everyone. And we also generally do not respond immediately. We wait the week so we can get an accurate and a factual response to some of the questions, as you heard Mr. Verbrugge earlier responding to some of the questions about headcount and budget and so on. So I know we had at least a couple of callers, Ms. Wilson, who had signed up ahead of time. Can we please get them on the board?
Patched through. I believe she's one of the callers on the line.
Sure, ma'am. And Ms. Salinas, please press star 1 so I can open your line. Thank you. And we now have Sally Ness. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Thanks,
Good evening, Ms. Ness.
Mayor and
Welcome.
Council. That was
Good evening. Go ahead,
definitely
Sally.
so welcoming, having just sat and listened, having sat and listened to that. But I will move forward. And again, it's so hard to speak and then listening to that. It's very difficult. But this is what I plan to say. I recall previous council discussions where it was said something like council should not make decisions based on worst case scenario. Yet that is what the council did when it voted to ban a therapy. The council is banning a therapy that has helped those who are trying to navigate their identity, which goes against the city's strategic goal of inclusion, does not protect public health, and therefore not the right thing to do. I ask the council revisit their vote on the therapy ban. Today, I am also asking the council to provide residents more information on COVID care options. If you go to the Bloomington website, look for how to care for yourself or someone with COVID, you are directed to the Minnesota Department of Health's website where you are informed to stay home and away from others and to seek medical care right away if your symptoms get worse or you have difficulty breathing. Unfortunately, for a couple people I know, they did seek medical care but were sent home without care. One person with COVID went to 3 different hospitals and was told to go home. This person went home, called an ambulance, and was admitted to a hospital. The next day, the spouse was admitted to the hospital by ambulance and is now in the ICU on life support in a medically induced coma. Another posted they went to the ER, told to take their mask off because their oxygen was dropping. They test positive. This person stated they received 0 treatment and told nothing about how to get better. There has been a good amount of information about vaccines, but little information on how to care for yourself if you have COVID. For instance, the Minnesota Department of Health's medication options are typically for people with severe COVID who require hospitalization. It is difficult to believe there are not known medications or care options that could help someone who has COVID, that could prevent some people with COVID from ending up in the hospital, that would prevent some from ending up in the ICU and prevent some from dying. It has been over a year that people have suffered from COVID, and people should know by now that there is more help available other than being told to stay hydrated or to take over-the-counter medicines such as acetaminophen. Again, I ask the council revisit their vote on the therapy ban and to provide residents more information on COVID care options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Ms. Wilson?
Leah, for our next caller, could you please patch through Carol Kramer?
Ms. Kramer, please open your please press star 1 so I can open your line. Thank you. And Ms. Kramer, your line is now open. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Kramer. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members. Thank you. Last week, most of you voted to pass the conversion therapy ban on a 6-1 vote. In doing so, you ignored all the arguments against a ban, such as a gross violation of parents' rights. You ignored that it was a blatant violation of the First Amendment rights of therapists, which has already been ruled on by the High Court. You ignored the fact that no one complaint has been filed in the entire state of Minnesota, let alone Bloomington, against any licensed therapist for performing reparative therapy. You ignored the increasing number of cities where therapy bans are being overturned, or city councils themselves are reversing their bans before getting sued. You ignored the risk to the city coffers of a major lawsuit, which will most likely be filed before too long. You ignored the fact you used a taxpayer funded commission to do the bidding of one radical group in Minneapolis. That would be Outfront Minnesota. That also contributes to your campaigns and has volunteers on your election campaigns. You ignored your own emergency declaration on March 16th of last year that only essential, urgent business would be conducted during this declaration, which we are still under. A conversion therapy ban is not essential business. But you can reconsider tonight and bring this up for discussion again and a revote, which is what I am asking you to do tonight. If you do not reconsider and give up the opportunity to reverse course, then you will be surrendering the chance to make this right before a constitutional challenge comes your way. Again, I implore you to do the right thing. Reconsider this ordinance and reverse course while you still have time. Otherwise, you will be forced to, by the order of a judge, when this ordinance is struck down on constitutional grounds. Don't let that happen. Do the right thing. Reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Ms. Wilson.
Leah, do we have other callers that wish to speak for the public comment period? This would be for items not elsewhere on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. We do have the line of Lisa McIntyre. Ma'am, your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Lisa McIntyre. Good evening, Mayor Busse and council members.
Good evening.
It's my understanding that at your next city council, thank you. It's my understanding that at your next city council meeting on May 3rd, you'll be asked to consider an amendment to the development plan that you previously approved in October of 2020 for the Penn Lake Townhomes at 86th and Penn Avenue. It's also called a change of condition. The developer will be asking you to waive the requirement that he provide 2 points of ingress and egress for the 15 townhome development. The council's already thoroughly discussed this particular contingency. In the original discussion in October, one council person wanted the resolutions of the council to anticipate that the county would not approve an ingress and egress on the Penn Avenue side of the development. He proposed that the council provide a second contingent approval of the project to have only one entrance and exit in the event that the county did not approve the Penn Avenue entrance. The council had a robust discussion of this proposal last October, but it ultimately decided that 2 points of access for development of this density was so important that it would not support the fallback resolution proposed. So I believe the council has already thoroughly considered the possibility that the county would not approve an entrance on the Penn Avenue side, and the council is not in favor of allowing this development to go forward with only one access point on the 86th Street side. So please uphold your original requirements and decline to amend the development plan. And it's possible in the next week, if you have time, to go to the townhome development that's on the east side of Kennedy High School on the 98th Street side. That is a townhome development of similar density with only one entrance and exit. You'll get a chance to see how that doesn't really work. And the Planning Commission also looked at that very development and felt the same way. If I have a second, I also wanted to thank a couple of employees who've been great. Nick Johnson's been great in answering questions about this development, but also I remember we had an issue about notices and how the notice area for this development was kind of small, and we committed to looking at better noticing. And I wondered if anything's been happening on that. I neglected to follow up afterwards, and I'd like to be involved in something if there's a study group or a committee or task force that's working on looking at notice periods. But I wanted to call up Brian Greedle, who's a city engineer, and he does water resource management. He has given me a heads up on a project without having to do a formal notice, and I really appreciate that. He didn't wait for a legal requirement for a notice. He just called me, and I thought that was great. And I also want to thank Dave Hansen at Parks. I talk with him often about a concern about a park, and he is always very friendly and helpful. And I just wanted to give acknowledgement of that too. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for the call and for your comments and for your kind words about Bloomington City staff. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Leah, do we have other callers for the public comment period?
Once again, if anyone wishes to speak regarding that topic, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. I'm showing no one wishes to speak at this time. Please continue.
Thank you.
Very good. No one else on the line to speak to public comment period. So at this point, I will close the public comment period for tonight. Councilmember Martin, I see your hand up. Is it, you have a comment or a question to ask? Councilmember Martin?
Just a quick question for staff here, because it seems to come up every few weeks. I just wanted to clarify. I know kind of when the pandemic was first getting rolling, it was mentioned at one of our meetings, kind of prioritizing the items we were looking at. And at that time, we had no idea it was going to be almost a year and a half of living this way in isolation. But that actual emergency declaration itself, did it contain any language prioritizing the urgency of one topic we may consider over another, or limit the scope of things we could consider when the emergency resolution was in place? I've heard some confusion about that in the community. Just wanted to make sure, was that language included?
Mr. Brugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Martin, to my recollection, there was not language in there about anything that would be deemed as unnecessary business, or as discretionary business. I think those were comments that were made by myself and the mayor in late March, I think, of last year, just saying, you know what, we're going to focus on the response to the pandemic, and we're going to make that our top priority. And I think we said other things are going to get set aside. It was not intended ever to be a declaration that we were going to not do other work. I think it was a recognition at the time that we had a very singular focus, and that I think it was understood by most of us that as conditions changed and we were able to get back to start doing some work, that we would be doing work that needed to be done. So
that was my understanding as well. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? If not, we're going to move on to item 5, which is our introductory business for this evening. And we have one proclamation to read tonight. And it is a proclamation for Arbor Day. It's April, so it must be Arbor Day, right? So we have an Arbor Day proclamation that I will read now and then bring up some additional information. City of Bloomington Proclamation, Arbor Day, April 30th, 2021. Whereas climate change is a complex problem that impacts all Minnesotans and our ability to thrive. And whereas the health and longevity of Minnesota's trees are being affected by changing temperatures and precipitation, more extreme weather events, and increasing pressure from pests, diseases, and invasive species. And whereas Minnesota is at risk to lose over 1 billion ash trees due to emerald ash borer, which would impact carbon storage, habitat, water movement, and water quality. And whereas trees capture carbon from the atmosphere and store it in their trunks, roots, and the surrounding soil, thereby offsetting greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas a healthy tree canopy decreases temperatures along streets, providing cooler spaces in the summertime. And whereas trees reduce stormwater runoff and act as a filter, preventing sediments and pollutants from washing away into waterways. And whereas Minnesotans can help build resilient communities and reduce the negative impacts of climate change by planting and caring for trees, one tree at a time. Therefore, I, Tim Bussey, Mayor of the City of Bloomington, do hereby proclaim April 30th, 2021 as Arbor Day in the City of Bloomington, and the month of May 2021 as Arbor Month. Signed this day, April 26th, 2021. So as I said, I mean, if it's April, it must be Arbor Day, and it must be Arbor Day here in Bloomington. This is I don't know if you knew that Arbor Day started back in Nebraska back in 1872. It's celebrated in all 50 states. And this year also marks the 33rd year of Bloomington achieving the Tree City USA designation. Tree City USA program has been promoting the value of sound community forest management since our bicentennial year back in 1976. Now, to celebrate these anniversaries, the city is hosting a tree sale via pre-order for all residents in the city of Bloomington. The event will be a delivery event. Park maintenance staff have contacted those who have ordered trees to make arrangements for dropping them off. And I'm afraid I missed the order on that one. But thank you once again to our Arbor staff and to our park maintenance staff for the work that they do. And thank you to the residents who are going to be caring for trees and getting them in the ground. And hopefully, once the weather warms up, seeing them grow. So thank you so very much. Let's move on, if we could, to our consent business. Item 6 is our consent business. Councilmember Carter, you have the consent agenda tonight. Councilmember Carter.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So we have 3 items, and I have not heard from anybody that they'd like to hold any of those items. So I'll ask for any holds at this time, one last time. And hearing none, I would move to approve items 6.1 through 6.3.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Martin to accept our consent business, as stated, items 6.1, 2, and 3. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We can move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. And our first item tonight, item 7.1, which is a public hearing regarding tobacco retail licenses and our flavored tobacco ordinance, a discussion we've been having, and council has directed staff to bring back some recommendations to us. And I know there's a great deal of community interest in this and a lot of discussion that has gone on. And so looking forward to our discussion tonight. And I believe our friend Dr. Nick Kelly is going to kick this off and lead us through this. Good evening, Dr. Kelly. Welcome.
Evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to share a presentation. That looking okay on your end?
Looks great, yes.
All right. So this is a reference to the Chapter 14 amendments regarding tobacco. So a little background on this process. The Advisory Board of Health has been looking at tobacco for a long time, and the 2019 data for the student survey was alarming and concerning to the Advisory Board of Health. This is more updated data looking at the Minnesota Youth Tobacco Survey, and you can see while cigarette and conventional tobacco is gone down, there's been a pretty substantial increase in e-cigarette usage among our youth. There's also been a substantial increase in the number of youth using flavored tobacco products for the first time. That the way we're young kids and young adults get access to tobacco for the first time. This is data specific to Bloomington. This is from our 2019 Minnesota student survey looking at youth in Bloomington. Specifically, this is before the Tobacco 21, but looking at where people are using tobacco products. And you can see the largest venue of where people are using tobacco products is in the e-cigarette, by other flavors, and then you see menthol highlighted there too. This is the data that really prompted the Advisory Board of Health to look at what else can we do to slow down, initiate, and use of tobacco products in our community. That's where they worked on a letter drafting, proposing policy changes for council. And then that kind of started our process where that letter was done. We had a study session, we got feedback, direction, revised that, came back with another study session last summer, and resulted in the ordinance that you have in front of you today. The rationale behind this is an environment with fewer retail locations and without menthol products, reduce availability and advertising of these products to youth, improving the health of the entire community. This really augments the work that's already occurred in place. This makes Tobacco 21 better, it works on reducing the need for additional work down the road. This complements federal work and existing work at the state level. This is one of those things that really helps tie most of that work together. Updated with the most current data, we're now seeing more than 8 million deaths a year globally due to tobacco, and over 480,000 of those deaths in the United States. It also recognizes that commercial tobacco products are not able to be sold to individuals under 21 based on state and federal law, in addition to our city code. It looks at the reality that youth and young adults have a much higher rate of menthol and flavored tobacco usage. It also finds that tobacco density is really associated with continued initiation in the community. We see strong evidence about that in the community and the literature, where you see higher density tobacco outlets and you see more likely to initiate. The purpose statement ends with recognizing that all this work is really there to promote health, safety, and well-being in the community. We updated the definitions on the flavored products to really be clear about products that are identified with flavors or portrayed to have flavors is what this is focusing on from a flavored standpoint. Nicotine or lobelia delivery products, clarified adding lobelia to the process. Lobelia is an active ingredient that was originally thought to be used for tobacco cessation. It was banned by the FDA in 1993 because the clinical trials for cessation found it to not work. You could still find lobelia products on the market today, and this just clarifies our ordinance to make sure that that is not something that we can be selling here. Tobacco-related devices clarifies what related devices are, and noting that it may or may not contain tobacco. On the license side, a reiteration of our license process. A license is a privilege, not a right, and the licenses are not transferable in Bloomington based on our code. It introduces the sunset of tobacco licenses so that over time, the issuing of license would not happen. And eventually we'd see a sunset of tobacco licenses over a period of years. Prohibited acts highlights flavored products are not available to be sold, and no person shall do that in the community. It adjusts the license violations to bring it in line with state law, the changes that happened at the state level. And there's an exemption and process in here that does not prohibit for religious or cultural ceremonies or practices based on that process, and then an assurance for how we move forward. Additional information about the work that's happened, the listening sessions, the input we had with license holders, and a summary of the evidence packet and the emails and correspondence we received from the community are all in your agenda packet. One of the things that we're working on with our partners is cessation resources. So if people are looking for cessation resources, they can email us at tobacco@bloomingtonmn.gov. We're working with our partners to make sure that as these ordinances are considered, that additional cessation resources are available to the community. The literature is pretty clear as bans or restrictions go into place, having those cessation resources are incredibly important to make sure that the right resources are there when you have a policy change that helps facilitate the cessation of smoking or the changes in smoking behavior. So that's something we're working very closely with our partners to make sure are in place. And that's especially important as we talk about menthol and the disproportionate impact we see in our BIPOC community, especially our African community. That's what I had for highlighting the ordinance and the presentation side. I didn't know if there was any specific questions on the ordinance proposal.
Council, any questions? And Dr. Kelly, I appreciate your last bullet point there. That additional information is available in the council packet. For anyone watching at home, the additional information was about 700 pages. So it was very comprehensive. So thank you for that, Dr. Kelly. I appreciate it. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, just a few questions here. I do have a number of them, but I'm going to just limit myself here to just a few of the questions that I had. So, and I know that it was written in the packet, but I just thought for a general public, it might make sense to do some highlighting. There's some confusion around cessation and what that means. I've been told that vaping and the Juul product is an example of cessation that just hasn't been approved by the FDA. Could you give commentary on that?
Dr. Kelly?
Certainly. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, cessation, there's been talk about using electronic cigarette devices or e-cigs as cessation, and the literature on it is very mixed. There are some studies that say it works, and some studies it actually increases the dual usage of cigarette usage. Our ordinance has a clause in there that allows devices that are FDA approved for cessation to be used, and they're not part of this process. So there's currently ways you can get a device approved for cessation. It requires some pretty clear evidence and clinical trial data to really make that happen. So there are stories and anecdotal evidence of e-cigarettes being used to help somebody stop using a conventional cigarette. But we don't have the clear, compelling data at this point for the FDA to make a decision on that. And our process on that standpoint is we're relying on the expertise of the FDA as the regulatory body to review that data and say, this is a cessation product or not. And so that's why our ordinance allows for FDA-approved cessation products to be used, but it doesn't work on that determination that it is a cessation product. That's the FDA's job.
Thank you. Just a couple other ones here for you, Nick. Thanks for that clarification that we are utilizing in the ordinance, the FDA clarification. So some ask why ban this for everyone and just we could just make it available for those over 21. If you could talk a little bit about what the rationale that we utilized for that in summary.
Dr. Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, what we've seen with our youth usage of flavored products is most of them are getting it from friends or other entities. The ban of flavored stops the ability for them to get it within Bloomington. And that is part of that public health approach to minimize access to those products that start that youth initiation. The areas where you can have it where you restrict it to adult only, they have less of that impact from a public health standpoint than a full ban. And if our goal is to really move forward with the public health, minimizing that youth initiation, that young adult usage, then a full ban is the most appropriate approach to that. Partial approach carves out processes and doesn't get to that public health goal of minimizing the access to that product. And that's what we're seeing in policy issues from around the country is more looking at that full ban or full process to minimize that access.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I think that gives a good context to my next question, but I wanted to make sure I asked that question and thanks for summarizing that. So then we've got a number of businesses that are in the city of Bloomington that are more than 75% or 100% utilizing or getting their income from tobacco-based products. Has staff looked at how that will impact them and how do we treat them in this particular ordinance since this is this may affect their business?
Dr. Kelly.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, we have looked at that. The reality is there will be financial impact and change. That's something that has been discussed. The idea of the full ban was discussed last summer in a study session. We see this process occurring across the country. And in most cases, providing that sufficient lead time works well to allow for that transition and change of business practice and a model. We see routinely tobacco is a very dynamic field, and it's constantly changing of how things are being marketed or sold. And when you have different segments of that, you pivot frequently. The tobacco only stores are going to have more of that impact. They're still able to sell tobacco specific products that aren't flavored. The lead time we have in the ordinance gives them time to adjust some of that process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman, anything additional?
I will, but I'm going to hold off. I'd like to hear the public commentary and the rest of my colleagues. I think I've taken up enough time here.
Sounds good. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick follow-up questions. Currently, our licensing, does that require an annual review fee, two, an annual inspection of the locations, and three, a fine schedule, a graduated fine schedule that's significant enough to deter people from selling to youth?
Dr. Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, it's an annual process, and we do have a set fee schedule, and we do yearly inspections. The yearly inspections did not occur this past year due to COVID, though.
Okay. That makes sense. And is the fee that we charge for the license enough to cover the cost of the inspections?
Councilmember, the fee is set to make it be at that cost level, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So it covers our costs.
So, as Councilmember Lohman noted, that there will be an impact to, if this moves forward, to businesses within our community. Can you talk to us about what the outreach was with them? How involved were they in this process? What type of input they had throughout the process?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, we did a tobacco licensee listening session earlier this month as part of once we had ordinance language ready to go so that they could provide feedback on it. We had a session where we heard from 5 of our current licensees. We've also received additional phone calls and emails regarding this. The process really kicked up with where we were heading down the road last summer. And so we did some community discussions with individuals in the community, not as much license holders. The license holder work started much more in earnest as we had ordinance language drafted.
Just one quick follow-up on that then. Were any changes made to the language ordinance based on those meetings or that one meeting?
So Councilmember Nelson, based on the feedback we heard from license holders, we did work to extend the duration before this was enacted.
Okay.
In part due to the reality of the time it would take to change some process and sell stock.
Good, thank you. One of the other concerns I've heard has to do with the transfer of the license. And am I correct in understanding that currently you cannot sell or transfer a tobacco license? That is not a change in this new ordinance?
Correct, Councilmember Nelson. Our current license process does not allow licenses to be sold or transferred.
Okay, right. Next question. In the ordinance, there is a cap on the number of retailers, which is one thing, but then there is also a provision that we would not we would not approve any new licenses. Can you talk to me about the differences and kind of the thought process between those two portions of it?
Dr. Kelly?
So Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, the cap, basically, we're looking at a process to not have new licenses. So not expanding beyond what we currently have, and not provide new licenses as they retire. Eventually, this would result in Bloomington not having tobacco retailers at some point in the future. It will take several years for that to occur, but that process would allow for Bloomington to not have that tobacco presence and impact on youth initiation.
Quick follow-up question. Are there other communities that are moving towards not allowing tobacco sales within their city?
There are 2 cities in California that have gone down that road. We would be the first here in Minnesota to go down that road.
Okay. Quick question on location, because correct me if I'm wrong in this, but my recollection was there was like proximity to schools and other ones in terms of locations. Maybe all that went away with this cap system, but would a license holder be able to move their business if, you know, they didn't get a good rental agreement where they're at now and wanted to go somewhere else? Can they take and move that location?
Councilmember Nelson, my understanding, the license is more connected to the location, but I can double check on that process with with Doug. But it looks like Doug might be online to answer that question too.
Maybe we'll bring in Mr. Junker at this point, talking about licensing and all that it entails. Mr. Junker?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mr. Kelly's pretty much hit everything right on the nose, answered all your questions well. Again, licenses are not transferable. So that means from me to you and from my location to my new location. So a license, any of our licenses are for that specific address. So if I'm going to move my store, I have to apply for a new license at that new location.
Okay. That is all the questions that I have at this time. Just want to make sure I had a good, solid understanding of this ordinance. So thank you very much for the time and the information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Coulter, you had your hand up earlier and I see it's down now. Are you okay for now, or?
Yes, that's correct. All the questions that I had have already been asked.
Very good. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I also took my hand down for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Real briefly, and no worries if you don't happen to have this statistic at the tip of your fingers. I've seen the CDC website features that 90% of all adult smokers started before the age of 18, which I think makes sense. But overall, in terms of the demographics of folks who are using flavored tobacco products, it either seems to be within kind of a youth cohort compared or adults. Do we have an idea at any given time of everybody that's using flavored tobacco products, what percentage of them are youth, kind of ballpark versus adult? Or again, if you don't happen to have that in words.
Councilmember Martin, what we have from our student survey data is the majority of tobacco usage is flavored in our youth. And what we see in some of our other tobacco data at the state level, that it is the most common entry point. So if you're going to start using a tobacco product, you are going to start using it with a flavored product and then potentially transition or change to something else.
Gotcha, but we don't, or if the studies are out there and exist that say of everybody using this particular type of product, 15% of them are likely to be under the age of 21 or...
Yeah, I can get you exact statistics about that later. I don't have them right at my fingertips, but I know the youth, that's where the flavored is. Adult e-cigs is a pretty small component of tobacco. So it's a small subset of adult tobacco usage. It's most prominent in the youth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Keller and Mr. Junker, I got just a couple of questions of my own here. So not that long ago here at the City Council, we talked about the T21 ordinance and raising the age of to purchase tobacco to 21, and ultimately the state and now I think the federal government has adopted T21 as the standard that you need to be 21 years old to buy tobacco products in the United States. Do you have any statistics, any information? How has that changed? How has that policy change affected the ability of youth to get their hands on tobacco? Because that was the main goal that we had with this, was to keep tobacco out of the hands of kids. So we raised the age. Any statistics or any feedback on how that went or how it's going now that it's not a patchwork of city by city, but this is a national policy now?
Mr. Mayor, what we see is very little purchase at retail locations by youth under the age of 21. We see the majority of youth that are using flavored products tell us they're getting it from friends or other sources that way. So they're still getting access to it because it's available there in the community. They may not be the ones purchasing it directly.
And do we know? I'm just thinking from the retailer standpoint. Do we know? I know I've seen the information here somewhere. We do the random checks every year. We do it with alcohol. We do it with tobacco purchasing as well. Of our tobacco licenses over the past however many years, I don't know how many years you have or the data you have at your fingertips, but how have we done with our compliance in terms of? Again, you said that we see that the youth aren't getting the tobacco from retail. How have our retailers done in these operations where Bloomington police go in with somebody underage and they try and buy tobacco and are able to buy it? How have those numbers come out?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you got me on a number I didn't think you would ask for tonight. I didn't pull that one. But our compliance checks have been pretty good over the last few years. And as Mr. Kelly pointed out, we do not have recent data. And in 2020, we did not do compliance checks due to COVID.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I do have that number handy. Chief Hartley provided it earlier today. The number of compliance failures over the last several years: 2019, only 1 of 58, 2018, only 1 of 57. 2017 and 2016 had 3 each, and then 2015, 2. So in the last 5-6 years that we've been testing compliance, it's a fail rate of 5% or less each year.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge, appreciate that. And the reason I'm asking these questions, just trying to figure out if we had talked about T21 as a way to restrict access to tobacco for kids, and it being implemented now, as I said, nationwide, and to now look at at next steps and other things, and I'm just wondering if we have an idea if T21 didn't do the trick, if this will do the trick. I mean, what indication do we have that it will do the trick to, again, keep tobacco out of the hands of young people? More a rhetorical question than one that I would ask for an answer from Dr. Kelly or Mr. Junker. So, Councilmember Carter, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, I guess I did have a question related to that. So my understanding is that regardless of whether youth are purchasing the e-cigarettes or vaping products themselves, just the fact that there are a higher number, or just the fact that there is a tobacco retailer or a higher number of retailers in a community put youth at increased risk. That's my understanding, but I wanted to double check that with you, Dr. Kelly.
Dr. Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Carter, that is correct. That's what the literature shows, that the density, the availability of tobacco products and the constant presence of that advertising is something that is very much focused on making sure kids start with that initiation. And that's where we see that youth initiation. And that is why that ban is so important, because it reduces that marketing and availability. So it's out of sight, out of mind, not something that's going to be initiated by youth, and the access is restricted.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And Dr. Kelly, one more access question, and then we'll open up the public hearing on this. I know that when Minneapolis went down this path, there were a lot of retailers that ended up with either a separate entrance or kind of an adults-only area section of convenience stores or whatever that would sell tobacco products. Did as we looked at this here in Bloomington, did we look at that as a possibility? And if so, what was the outcome of the examination of that?
Mr. Mayor, we did look at that as a process that after the study session, we ended up not going down that road based on the feedback we received. The adult-only stores present some of their own challenges. With what we saw in Minneapolis was, once that ordinance was passed, there was a proliferation of additional new tobacco licenses as retailers were trying to create tobacco-only stores in addition to their current retail environments. So that resulted in the need for a cap and to stop that proliferation. We, based on the projections or the conversations that we had last year, that was not the route that we went down.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had a quick question. So if I'm recalling correctly, right around the same time the state passed the Tobacco 21 law, that was like right when we saw the influx of the e-cigarettes and the vaping products in Minnesota, and increased access to our youth. And so to me, that would make it very hard to understand the impact of these T21 laws, because when these were being passed, the prevalence of these e-cigarettes and these flavored vaping products weren't actually like they are now. And so I guess I just wanted to check I was just kind of thinking back here around the timeline. And is that true? Is that about accurate, that these products came on the market right around when we passed that state law?
Councilmember Carter, the timeline's very similar to when we did it in Bloomington. And the proliferation has continued. There's also been additional changes that have happened at the federal level, which has exempted some aspects, and our flavoring component now closes some of those federal loopholes that provided additional access.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, thank you. That's helpful to know. Thank you. Council, any additional questions, or should we get into the public hearing on this one? I do not see hands going up. So with that, I will open the public hearing on item 7.1, which is a public hearing on tobacco retail licenses and flavored tobacco ordinance. Now, I know we got a number of folks who would like to speak to this. I would like to remind everyone you'll have 5 minutes. You don't need to use the full 5 minutes, but you have up to 5 minutes, and I'll be cutting you off at 5 minutes to make sure it's even for everyone. If you're interested in talking about this and in calling in and commenting on this, I'm sure Grant will put up the phone number. There it is. There's the phone number to dial in and use that conference ID, and you can be part of the public hearing, part of the discussion on this. And if we could please, if you could keep your comments specifically to the proposals tonight, what we were talking about specifically, the ordinance that was outlined by Dr. Kelly and outlined in the council packet. So, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Leah, can you hear me? This is Chris.
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
We have a couple callers who have signed up in advance to speak. So if you could patch through the line of Mohammed Al-Hataba.
Sure, ma'am. One moment, please. And Mr. Al-Hataba, your line is open. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everybody. This is Mohammed from Arbor Tobacco. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm a business owner, and I can hear all the discussion. I just want to say, like, we're doing our job from stopping sales to the youth. We do our job more than the parent do. We in business like all the hours, check IDs. We 21 plus. We care about people. We try just to sell it to the people who's old enough. We a specialty store, and we try to have since they give us exemption in the prices to be this facility like 21. Hopefully they can give us to sell the flavor. If they don't do that, basically we'll be losing the business because like people will just go to the surrounding areas like Richfield, Egan. For the pipe and for other stuff, it's all the smoker is, I can say is 90% is older people, 50 and more, like the bulk tobacco. We'll be losing the sale in that, and soon also all the sale of the pipes and the accessories. So we're losing the hardware, and we're losing also the stuff which will be hard to survive with that. The e-cig is like it's a new business, the vaping, which is growing up, and this still not approved by the FDA. Like last 2 years when they banned the flavor of other stuff like Juul. Hopefully they can leave it just for the FDA level to ban it statewide, because this law will be just killing the local business. This also will encourage the black market and to be out of control. For smoke shop and adult only, this will be, we can control it more. This time period, I'm sure, will be a lot of product we cannot sell. We have product, we have pipes. I don't think this will sell in 3 months or 6 months. I don't know who is responsible for covering this, like this product, who at the end, who will pay me for it. This is a big loss for us because we'll be losing the liquid part of the e-cig and the hardware. Same thing for the pipe. We lose the flavor and the pipe, and I'll be stuck with those who will help us. We ask the city to be like other cities to give us exemption since we are 21 and plus store. And that's all my comment.
Thank you very much for the comments this evening. Appreciate it.
Leah, for our next caller, could you please patch through Karen Nordstrom? Excuse me, Karen Nordstrom. Please.
Hello?
And Ms. Nordstrom, your line is open. Please go ahead.
Hi.
Good evening and welcome.
Nice to see you, folks.
Good to hear from you again. Thank you for calling in.
About 20 years since it's nice to be here. It's the first time I've had to do this, and I felt impelled to do this. 20 years ago, when I was on the advisory board of health, we were starting to address the fact that cigarette packs were on the counters, and it was easy for people to, especially teens, to steal those. I won't go into all that. I want to commend you for addressing this. I would like to see this passed tonight. People of color apparently love the menthol, and the menthol cigs are targeted at people of color and low-income people. I don't know how they can afford the stuff, but I really would like to see big tobacco suffer another loss, because when I saw the big black banners at the gas stations in Bloomington a week or so ago, I thought, there's big tobacco. It's not these individual owners that are doing that. The vaping, as far as the vaping, I think it was early 2020 when there were a number of, especially youth, hospitalized because of lung damage from the vaping materials. I think that they discovered there was one particular chemical in the vaping that was affecting their lungs really badly. And my message to teens and everybody, nothing should be going into our lungs except for fresh air. And that's just it. The youth apparently think that the flavored tobacco is safer than regular tobacco, and that's simply not true. But they'd like to think that it's like candy for them. So I'm hoping you will pass this. I clipped out an article, I think from last week or the week before. The headline was "Smoking Headed to Extinction." And they think that smoking will disappear by 2050. I'd like to see it happen before I die. And 2050, that's unreasonable for me to live that long. But I was a smoker once upon a time. It was kind of a novel thing. But that was short-lived, and I'm an old nurse and was on city council for a while. And the reason I got onto city council was because the ordinance was, there were a few of the council members who were thinking about rescinding the ordinance that they had put in place. I think it was either 2003 or 2004. And I was told about the fact that they were looking for somebody to run in one of the council people who was resigning or not going to be running again. And I was told, you better run because otherwise it's going to go backwards. Well, over my dead body would that happen. So I ran, and I sure hope that you can pass this tonight. It makes a lot of sense. Thanks for your time.
And thank you for the phone call, Ms. Nordstrom. Always glad to hear from you.
Leah, for our next caller, could you patch through Steve Anderson, please?
Sure, ma'am. One moment, please. And Mr. Anderson, your line is open. Please go ahead.
I am open. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Anderson. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello. And good evening, Mayor. Just quick introduction. Name's Steve Anderson. I'm one of the founders of Bobby and Steve's Auto World. In 1995, your head city planner, Bob Hallbaker, came to me and asked me, when are you going to build or tear down this little dump and build something nice up here on 494 in France? I told him, if you help me get a building permit, I'll do it. We went from a small store of 14 employees to almost 300 employees company-wide. And we couldn't have done it without the help of the city council in Bloomington. We are essential, not only to the community we serve, but to the people we employ and their families. Bobby and Steve is part of Bloomington. We created our youth foundation that builds parks for the children to play, as well as granting scholarships for students in need. We agree we want to stop underage smoking. The mayor quoted 5% of stings have only failed. That's 95% that have passed. The flavor ban, the way it's written right now, will not work. We lived through the flavor ban in Minneapolis. It was devastating to our business. We had to lay off many employees. Did the ban work? No, it did not. The people just drove to the surrounding communities to shop. They still have the internet and they still have the casinos. How do we as a community make a difference in Bloomington? Together, we need to make a plan. That means we have to get together with business owners, not just a select few, and come up with something that works. I have outlined our idea for a 4-step plan, and I copied the council and you, Mr. Mayor, in your emails today. We need to get together with the local retailers. I've been on that corner since 1978. I've been in meetings for signage, noise, traffic, but something this large, I was never even contacted or communicated with until this verbiage was already written. We all know how hard it is to change something once it's written down. Tonight, I'm asking you, the council, to table any vote and allow us the time to really produce a plan that will achieve our common goal. And that's a better community in Bloomington. We've got a doggone nice city, and I don't want to screw it up, and I don't want us doing what Minneapolis did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate your perspective.
Leah, that's all the advanced.
Yeah, it's exciting.
That's all the advanced speakers I have registered. So could we now open it up to anyone who wishes to speak? on agenda item 7.1.
Yes, ma'am. And just to remind everyone who wishes to speak on that agenda, please press star 1 on your telephone. And we now have Bruce Nostad on the line. Sir, please go ahead.
Good evening, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bruce Newstead. I'm the staff president of the Minnesota Retailers Association. I'm fortunate to work with several convenience store licensed tobacco holders in Bloomington. Those retailers are proud of their record keeping tobacco out of the hands of youth, and also proud to be partners with the city, as you just heard. I just want to thank the city manager for the reference on the compliance statistics and how that partnership really can work. This evening, as you consider this ordinance, I just ask you to give some thought to whether or not you feel like the proposal in front of you was developed in partnership with community retailers. If the answer to that is no, I'd really encourage you to take a brief pause and engage with your licensed tobacco retailers in an effort really to develop a plan to reach your goals with your partners. From the background of the packet, it appears there's been a significant conversation with those advocating for tonight's proposal. I definitely applaud that important conversation. Now we just ask that you engage in an equally important conversation with those that will be impacted and who are your retail partners. I fully appreciate the position of the Bloomington Chamber as the voice of your local business community and notice the letter of support in tonight's packet. I hope you weigh that important letter of support while at the same time ensuring you feel like you've had a good, robust conversation with your licensed retailers. I know I had the opportunity to send you a letter last week outlining just a few concerns with the piece I just drafted. But I just want to say, as I have seen over the years, some of the best and most effective policies actually come out of conversations that occur with all the stakeholders. Would appreciate you considering that. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thanks for thoughtfully considering the ideas and concerns of your licensed retailers this evening as you work toward the best policy based on your goals. I appreciate your time this evening, and just a quick happy birthday to any city staff that may be celebrating. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Newstead. Appreciate your comments.
Next caller, please, Leah.
And we have the line of Nathan Torrey. Please go ahead, sir.
Hello, council members and Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
And thank you for listening to me this evening. My name is Nathan Torrey, and my wife and I, who are both registered voters, bought a house almost 2 years ago in Bloomington. We actually now share our home with our 11-month-old daughter. I'm the store manager of the Bloomington Smokeless location, which is the responsible vape retailer and age-verified location. I've been very lucky and excited to work for such a great company for over 7 years. A job that allows me to go home at the end of the night knowing that I have a positive effect on people and even helps them win some personal battles. The ownership has done many things to me on a personal level that helped me out. The entire ownership team even came to my wedding and reception, which we were also both in Bloomington, all while providing a job that, creates the income for me to be able to help buy our house and provide for my family. A big part of my job is age control and keeping our products out of the hands of anyone that is under the age of 21. In regards to my personal usage, while using flavored vape products, I was able to stop a smoking career after 18 years of a pack and a half habit with caramel apple pie. My doctor is also much happier that I vape rather than smoke, and I have personally felt the difference in my ability to breathe since I made the switch from smoking to vaping. I know many of the customers I see on a regular basis have similar success stories because of flavored liquid. I oppose the flavor ban because it would cause us to close the location that I work at. I implore you to not ban flavors, or at least amend the current ordinance and only allow age-verified locations like the city of Minneapolis has done. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Torrey.
Next caller, please, Leah.
And our next caller will be Don Erickson. Sir, your line is open.
Good evening.
Hello, this is Dan Erickson.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you. I'd like to clear up a few misconceptions about one of your callers mentioned there were black signs around my station that, oh, there's big tobacco. No, it wasn't big tobacco. It was a meat. Okay. There just seems to be undue haste and the council's rush to ban flavored tobacco. You know, I don't know why we're calling it flavored tobacco. It's really menthol. And the only other flavor would be wintergreen chew. Okay. It's not like I have candy or, you know, fruit flavored tobacco. It's different types of flavored cigarettes. It doesn't exist. You know, it hasn't for 20 or more years. You know, I just want to get that part out. The problem too is in some of the things that you had on your website, it's just misinformation. Somebody, I believe it was Margaret Perez, stated that the youth or, you know, underage people could buy flavored tobacco products in vending machines. Okay, that's just an out-and-out mistruth. Okay, or else tell me where these machines are. I haven't seen any tobacco products in a vending machine in probably, 20, 25 years? You know, so you get people, you know, kind of up in arms about this, and this doesn't really even exist. 5 years ago, the Bloomington City Council told me I couldn't sell, I had to sell cigars for $2.50 a piece because I was selling bubblegum flavored cigars. There's never been such a thing. Never has been, never was, never will be. Okay? And then I was told, oh, don't worry about it. 5 years, all the other cities around here will follow suit and you know, $2.50 a piece for like a Swisher Sweet type cigar will be commonplace. Well, it's been 5 years and no other city has changed. So I lost all that revenue, you know, which goes just over the 494. We're not talking about I have to go to Iowa or I have to go to Wisconsin to get it. All I have to do is just skip over the bridge into Edina, Bridgefield, Eden Prairie, Burnsville, Egan. You know, this isn't a fair playing field. You know, it's slanted. Right? If it was statewide or you guys are going after big tobacco, you know, fine. The trouble is you think this is a panacea for getting rid of all smoking. Well, it's not. It's just all it does. All studies have shown that all it does is increase the sales of whatever cigarette you're banning in neighboring cities. And the one that gets, you know, and it's not just, I guess some people have said, well, what's the big deal? You're going to lose menthol cigarettes. Can't sell. Well, the problem with that is the person that comes in for many of their menthol cigarettes, which are legal, which are, you know, can be sold in the United States, okay? But they're also buying their gasoline. They're buying their snacks, their pop, their candy, milk, bread, you know, all sorts of other products, propane, firewood. Now they're, you know, you think they're going to come and see me simply because, you know, hey, I'm a good guy? No, they're going to go to Richfield where they get everything in one stop. You're going to be, you know, I'm going to be losing that business. You know, my employees and I also, we went through the riots, the looting last summer, then COVID actually came before that. You know, we frontline workers were called because, you know, we had to come here. We, you know, basically my people risked their lives and their health to make sure that you had gasoline in your cars. You had snacks or propane, firewood, you know, for your, and every other little need that you had. We stayed open when a lot of places either had to close or close it down. You know, and we just started seeing a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, we made it. We got through this. And now you guys come out of left field. No one has ever come up to me and said, hey, Mr. Harrison, you know, what do you think about a menthol ban on cigarettes? How do you think that will affect your business? It's called an economic impact study. You know, there's a lot of, you know, responsible people do before they change laws and things, and then, you know, think maybe later down the road how it affects people. Who's looking out for my rights? No one. You know, you folks, I pay my taxes. I've been here 11 I can let you guys come out and try
Mr.
to
Erickson?
box me for
Mr.
selling
Erickson?
underage people.
Excuse me, Mr. Erickson, your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your 5 minutes are up. Appreciate your call.
Pardon me?
Your 5 minutes are up, but I appreciate your call and your perspective. Thanks for calling in.
Leah, could we please have the next caller?
Yes, ma'am. Our next caller will be Lee Chardon. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lee Chardon, and I live with my parents and sister in District 1, Goodrich Road. I'm a sixth grader at Valley View Middle School. I hope you pass this endurance tonight and stop the sale of flavored tobacco in Bloomington. This policy is important to me because tobacco companies are already target kids, Black Americans, American Indians, and LGBTQ people with advertising and promotions, putting people like me and my friends at risk. Kids my age will try vaping because they're curious about the flavors or think it's cool. Then they get hooked on nicotine and can't stop. Today, millions of American students are addicted to e-cigarettes thanks to big tobacco flavors and advertisements. Tobacco companies also use menthol and mint flavors to target the Black community. Menthol makes it easier to start and harder to quit smoking. The Black community faces enough disadvantages. Let's not add to it. Bloomington should do more to stop tobacco addiction in our community. We should follow the lead of other Minnesota cities and stop selling flavored tobacco products in our stores. I think this change would save lives and help keep all our friends and neighbors healthy and free from addiction. Please help Bloomington kids like me stay healthy and tobacco free by passing the policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in.
Leah, could we have the next caller, please?
Our next caller will be Lance Platt. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Lance Cladd, Executive Director of the Minnesota Service Station and Convenience Store Association, and our group is also part of the Coalition of Neighborhood Retailers. I submitted a letter to the council on April 6th on behalf of our Bloomington retail members and asked a number of questions, but I have not received any responses. In the absence of any responses and without an invitation from the Board of Health over the past 2 years to provide retailer input, I ask you to support the proposal submitted by Steve Anderson of Bobby and Steve's Auto World. That proposal lays out a series of 4 meetings between retailers and the Board of Health to review all of the facts, what has happened in other cities where bans have been enacted, and what options can we all agree on to recommend to the council. These meetings will provide retailers equal time to provide their input because contrary to the flyer on page 557 of the council packet, clearly states there will be little impact on convenience stores. That information is simply inaccurate. The reality of a total flavored tobacco ban is that adults will simply drive to a neighboring city to buy their products, negating any positive health impact. Sales will plummet and jobs will be lost. Moreover, the staff put in hundreds of pages of studies in the council packet to support their position, and retailers should be afforded the same opportunity. This needs to be a more democratic process. All we are asking for is to be treated fairly and be given the opportunity to present our information to the Board of Health. Our coalition submitted a second letter to the council with a list of 26 facts demonstrating an across-the-board ban on every kind of flavored tobacco product is unnecessary and unfair. Most importantly, with only 1, 2, or maybe 3% of Bloomington high school students actually using flavored tobacco products, there is no justification to consider a total ban, especially when the number of high school students who drink is substantially higher than those who use tobacco products. It is our hope that the City Council hears our concerns, tables this matter, and directs the Board of Health to meet with retailers, working together finding a solution to the underage vaping problem. On a personal note, I have a 17 and a 14-year-old son and daughter in the Rosemount High School and Middle School program. They tell me firsthand that none of the kids smoke or chew menthol, mint, or wintergreen products. The pandemic is actually the vaping. And I think your statistics showed that earlier tonight as well, that the majority of the kids are vaping out there. And I also have a personal concern that the state of Minnesota and the House representatives are looking at legalizing marijuana. I have a fear of that, because when cities are trying to ban flavored products and menthol, and our state's trying to go ahead and legalize marijuana, that's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klatt.
Could we have our next caller, please, Leah?
Yes, ma'am. Our next caller will be Eric Lee. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Bussey and City Council members. My name is Eric Lee, and I'm a sophomore at Egan High School. I'm here on behalf of the Minnesota Youth Council. The Minnesota Youth Council is a diverse group of high school students who are representatives of each congressional district in Minnesota. The representative for Bloomington unfortunately could not be here, so I'm here in his place. We bring the voice of youth to decision makers, striving towards equity in various areas that affect youth, such as student mental health and juvenile justice, by helping with policy proposals and legislation, or just talking about issues that affect youth. The MN Youth Council is glad that the Bloomington City Council is considering an ordinance to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products. All flavors, including mint, menthol, and wintergreen tobacco products, should be treated the same way, as all flavored tobacco products are harmful to youth. Tobacco use is a pervasive problem among young people. We grew up learning how cigarettes are bad for us, but many youths aren't aware of the dangers of vapes and chewing tobacco. Vapes smell fruity and sweet like candy. It smells enticing to any freshman or younger student who has not experienced it yet. When we were attending high school in person, you'd first smell it primarily in bathrooms, but then the aroma started being all around the school. Sometimes you get a student who would blow vapor right into your face. In classrooms, some students used vapes when teachers weren't looking. There are a lot of products made to be deceptive, such as vape hoodies, vape lipstick, vape watches, etc. Not having to smell the vapor is the only positive of remote learning. Flavored tobacco products mask the harshness of tobacco, but they are just as addictive and harmful as non-flavored tobacco products. Many flavored vape products contain as much nicotine or more than a pack of cigarettes, but kids my age aren't aware of this, so they aren't worried about becoming addicted until they are. My fellow representatives and I at the Minnesota Youth Council are especially concerned when new statewide data, which y'all have just seen on youth tobacco use, that shows 70% of youth who use e-cigarettes are now showing signs of addictions. When 1 in 5 of my classmates are using e-cigarettes, this proves that a lot of youth are addicted. We must all work together to do more. Thank you, Mayor Bussey and City Council members, for your leadership and for putting the health of Bloomington youth first. This new ordinance will help prevent addiction and tobacco-related disease for future generations. I hope the Minnesota Youth Council can count on your yes vote to set a precedent in Minnesota and be a leading city in tobacco prevention.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Next caller, please, Leah.
Our next caller will be Ross Burnison. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is Russ Burnison. Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Burnison. Good to hear from you again.
With the business. Yeah, can you guys hear me all right?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Can you hear? Okay. I have the concern about this non-transfer license. If I was listening right earlier, you said the license have to be renewed every year. So that means 1 year from now, there will be no licensed tobacco dealers in the city of Bloomington. Because will they be considered new licenses? And the other thing is, you need to get with the businesses and talk to them and not just listen to the people that are in favor of your ordinance. Listen to some good business people that depend upon the sale of cigarettes, even though they're bad for you. I have never smoked in my life, but I'm against the city trying to tell businesses how to run their businesses. And the city of Bloomington is anti-business as it is, and this is just one more step in the same direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we go on, I believe Councilmember Nelson, question quick?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to see if we could quickly clarify that license issue, because it is not my understanding that a renewal is the same as a new license, that I just want to clarify that very quickly.
I was going to clarify that also. I was going to do it at the end, but yes, while we're paused here really quick, Mr. Junker, could you clarify that for us, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson. Yes, once you're issued a license, it's just on renewal. Renewal is your license renewing each year, just verifying everything is clear, and we just kind of move along. Transferring a license or changing a license is a whole new person or a whole new location. So if it's a change of ownership or a change of location, that's what the ordinance is looking to end.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. That's how I understood it as well. But I appreciate the clarification. Please.
Leah, could we have our next caller, please?
Yes, ma'am. Our next caller will be John Dixon. Your line is open.
Hello?
Good evening. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm going to bring a little different perspective from, my name is John Dixon. I'm a former chief of police. I'm the past president of the second largest police organization in the world, which is NOBLE, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executive. And you say, why are we interested in this? The reason we're interested in it, because we're at a critical time in this country where law enforcement and people of color have a very difficult time. And our perspective is we don't need one more reason to have an interaction with young black and brown people and law enforcement, because we've come to the conclusion that pretty much these incidents that occur because of disproportionate contact with law enforcement and young black and brown people. As probably has been noted in some of the data that's been given, those black and brown people who choose to smoke menthol, and that's at about an 80% rate. So there goes a reason to have an interaction with law enforcement again. Bans don't work. We've shown that over history. If you go back to Prohibition, it didn't work. More things popped up from Prohibition, more speakeasies and other places that you could obtain illegal, and not only illegal, unhealthy alcohol during that time period. Because if you can't get a Gucci watch, somebody's going to make a Gucci watch. And they'll put that out there and they'll sell that on the market as well. And there will be a black market and an increasing black market for those when that occurs. Because if I can cross a county line and sell, I'm going to cross the county line and sell to those individuals. And if I can make it in my basement, and these kids are sharp and young people are sharp, so, they'll make it in their basement, and there won't be any regulatory process to that at all. It'll be strictly what they decide to put in it, just like we find in our illicit drug sales. Another thing to look at, this is a bad policy, just like zero tolerance is a bad policy, just like 3 strikes you out is a bad policy. These are things that we have to take a look at what those unintended consequences are. Whereas I don't smoke, don't want to smoke, but I am the parent of black male sons. And I don't have a conversation with them, don't smoke. I do have a conversation with them, if you pulled over by the police, what to do. And unfortunately, that's not, even if you do the right thing, it's still going to come out to an unfortunate situation. So, I say take a look at this. Let's I heard a lot over this conversation. I heard a lot of misfacts. And I say give the other side an opportunity to have that conversation, talk about some of these things that, were said that are not quite factual, and make a decision at least with factual information in front of you. And I think it'll go a lot better. Also, Mr. Mayor, I heard you earlier speak, and I wish you could speak across the country on some of the things you said about your community and some of the things that were said against you. Your response was excellent, and that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Dixon. Appreciate your comments.
Next caller, please, Leah.
Our next caller will be Naomi Sheldon. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Bestie and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Naomi Sheldon. I live in Bloomington in District 3. I'm a mother of 2 young boys and lifelong Bloomington resident. I work as a physical therapist for the Bloomington Public Schools. Every day I have the privilege of working with students, families, and staff to help students with unique needs to access their learning and play environments at home and school. I'm proud to live in a community that has been on the forefront of tobacco prevention and health policies in our state. A few years ago, I testified in support of increasing the tobacco age to 21, and Bloomington became one of the first cities in Minnesota to do so. Today, I'm here to voice my support for ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products here in Bloomington. I recently read that 1 in 5 high schoolers in Minnesota have used e-cigarettes in the past month. Over the last couple of years, the e-cigarette epidemic has erased decades of progress to reduce youth tobacco use. That's really no surprise when you think about all the enticing flavors that these products come in and the immense marketing power of the tobacco industry. More than 80% of youth who ever tried tobacco started with a flavored tobacco product. Today, e-cigarettes come in thousands of flavors and high levels of nicotine, and one key flavor remains on the market for cigarettes, menthol. Menthol and mint-flavored products attract kids and are also a huge driver of health disparities. The tobacco industry has targeted certain communities, Black, LGBTQ, youth, with marketing, promotions, and everything focusing on menthol cigarettes. This targeting is what has created the huge differences in who is addicted to menthol cigarettes. 85% of African Americans who smoke use menthols compared to 29% of white smokers. Menthol also makes cigarettes easier to start and harder to quit, which means Black communities targeted by the industry have higher rates of tobacco-related death and disease. By the time my young boys enter high school as 14-year-olds, I want tobacco use and nicotine addiction to be a non-issue. It would be great if the federal or state government would take action on this topic, but we can't wait. The way to accomplish this goal is to pass policies like this one, which envisions a commercial tobacco-free future for our city. I want every resident in our city to grow up free from addiction and reach their fullest potential, and we cannot do that if we stand idly by as big tobacco targets our kids and neighbors. When it comes to my boys, I do everything I can to ensure that they are happy and healthy, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. Please vote in favor of this ordinance tonight. Thank you for your leadership and vision in creating a healthier Bloomington.
Thank you for your call.
Next caller, please, Leah.
And our next caller will be Jean Nichols. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and members of Bloomington City Council. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I am Eugene Nichols. I'm a community advocate and researcher for more than 10 years, and I serve on the Human Rights Commission in Shoreview. I'm here tonight in support of clearing the market of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol. As an African American, I have seen far too many of my friends, relatives, and neighbors lose their life to tobacco addiction and harm. I have devoted much of my retirement to helping reverse these trends with stronger policies that raise up Black Minnesotans and help them break tobacco addiction while improving the overall health of all Minnesotans. Between 2015 and 2017, I was the project manager of a state health improvement partnership grant that partnered with the public health departments of Bloomington, Richfield, Ramsey, and Hennepin counties and other entities. Together, we investigated the impact of menthol tobacco on the African American community in the Twin Cities. Our community education and surveys found that 84% of African American smokers in the metro area preferred menthol tobacco, and 72% agreed that menthol makes smoking harder to quit. The surveys also found the Black community members are eager for change. 86% supported stronger laws to reduce the harms of tobacco. Well, let me put a little historic perspective here. It's easy now to see how big tobacco and Black people got hooked through the decades of relentless targeting. Back in the day, and I was born in the 50s, the tobacco industry handed out Newports in Black neighborhoods, sponsored events like the Cool Jazz Fest, blanketed magazines like Jet and Ebony magazine with menthol tobacco ads for well-known and respected African-American figures. Today, Big Tobacco continues to target Black people with price promotions coupon ads featuring barbers, black rappers, and sponsoring black groups to gain influence in our community. And perhaps the most shameful, they have tried to whitewash their actions by insisting that Black Lives Matter, all while they continue to addict our kids and kill our aunts and uncles. I have one more statistics for you to share that brings this point home. Nationally, 85% of black smokers smoke menthols versus 29% of white smokers. This disparity isn't an accident, but rather the result of decades of marketing. Many members of my community that started smoking decades ago cannot stop smoking, even though the majority of adults would like to quit. My late brother served this country with honors, had his first cigarette at the age of 15 from a van in the neighborhood, handing out to everyone free cigarettes. 3 years ago, he succumbed to his years of tobacco addiction from COPD. Our study and subsequent polls have found that the vast majority of black Minnesotans want more government policies to reduce harms of smoking. They want to protect their kids, and they wish this awful addiction on nobody. The African American community cannot be left behind on this issue. Your neighboring communities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Golden Valley, Roseville, Edina, and Falcon Heights all restrict the sale of menthol. And I urge you not to weaken the proposal by exempting adult-only stores. That's because in cities that have restricted flavored tobacco sales to adult-only stores, we have seen the industry and retailers use creative tactics to circumvent these rules. For example, in Minneapolis, shortly after the menthol ordinance went into effect, the number of shops quickly doubled, and there was a higher rate of tobacco dealers in high-poverty neighborhoods. Similar problems were seen in Duluth. Ending the sale of all flavored products in retail outlets levels the playing field for tobacco retailers and ensures that we don't see an explosion of new tobacco shops. I want to close by saying two things. Health matters. And the council did, just a few months ago, the council declared racism as a public health crisis. That was a bold step, and this tobacco ordinance builds on that progress. Bloomington has the opportunity to take a stand and to protect black residents of all ages, which helps us all by lowering smoking rates, eliminating health disparities, and improving health outcomes. Please vote yes to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products. Thank you for listening to me.
And thank you for your comments, Mr. Nichols. Appreciate it.
Could we have the next caller, please, Leah?
Yes, ma'am. Our next caller will be Jackie Seward. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Jackie Seward from the Association for Non-Smokers Minnesota, or ANSWER. I am also fortunate to be a Bloomington resident in Councilmember Nelson's district and a new member of the Advisory Board of Health. Tonight, I am not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm speaking as a Bloomington resident who has lost a loved one to tobacco and whose work is driven in part by that loss. In addition to agreeing with the health benefits of ending flavored tobacco sales, I want to dispel some of the misleading industry statements on how this ordinance will affect businesses. ANSWER conducted research to understand how policies that prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products impact retailers. We've looked at industry reports from the National Association of Convenience Stores, Nielsen, and peer-reviewed journals. What we learned is that tobacco is a declining source of profit for the convenience industry. More people go into convenience stores for packaged food and drinks, which is where they make most of their money. The tobacco industry often presents tobacco sales data as opposed to profits, because that inflates the importance of tobacco to their bottom line. In recent years, the Minneapolis and St. Paul city councils overcame significant opposition from the tobacco industry to restrict the sale of menthol tobacco to adult-only shops and liquor stores. The tobacco industry warned of financial losses ranging anywhere from $36 to $73 million in each of the cities. We found this to be grossly overstated. We did our own estimations using convenience industry reports. They came to $6.2 million in Minneapolis and 4.7 million in St. Paul. These projections are 6 times less what the tobacco industry estimated. While we understand this loss is not insignificant, one should remember it pales in comparison to the $7 billion financial burden placed on Minnesota from tobacco-related medical expenses and lost worker productivity every year. The vast majority of the 21 local flavored tobacco ordinances in Minnesota have been in effect for over a year, including 8 full flavor bans like this one, and we have yet to see the economic catastrophe predicted by the tobacco industry in any of those cities. Prohibiting the sale of all flavored tobacco products sends a clear message that Bloomington will not stand by while the tobacco industry addicts a whole new generation. The impact this policy will have on retailers is not enough to jeopardize the lives of young people for the sole benefit of the tobacco industry. I urge you to put the health of our community and kids ahead of tobacco industry profits. This strong ordinance before you today will put Bloomington on the map as a leading city for health. Ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products, coupled with the eventual sunset of all tobacco licenses, will help reverse the youth tobacco epidemic and address decades of tobacco-related health disparities. I hope you'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Next caller, please, Leah.
And our next caller will be Abby Schnorr. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members. My name is Abby Schnorr, and I have lived in Bloomington for a couple of years now. I'm an expecting mother and a volunteer advocate for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, the advocacy affiliate of the American Cancer Society. When my husband and I were deciding where we would like to raise a family, Bloomington was an obvious choice. Without a doubt, it's one of the best places to live and raise a family in Minnesota, and it could get even better if you pass this ordinance. Menthol and other candy and fruit-flavored tobacco products are catnip for our kids. Tobacco continues to be the leading cause of preventable disease and death in this country. According to the American Cancer Society, smoking harms nearly every organ in the body and increases the risk for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, heart disease, and at least a dozen types of cancer. I've seen the impact that tobacco products have on families, as I lost both my grandfathers to cancer caused by tobacco use. They both started smoking and using tobacco products at young ages, and because of it, my brother and I grew up without grandfathers. Our community can prevent kids from becoming addicted. As an expectant mother and as someone who's lost a loved one to cancer, I ask the City Council to vote yes on this ordinance in order to keep tobacco out of our children's hands, lungs, heart, and brain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schnorr.
Leah, could we have the next caller, please?
And our next caller will be Edward Cooper. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Edward Cooper. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for Total Wine and More. We are a retailer of fine wine, beer, and spirits, and more at 4260 West 78th Street in Bloomington. We have 60-plus team members that work in our store, and we're proud of the fact that we bring customers into Bloomington where they not only shop at our store, but they also stay and shop at other stores in Bloomington. This evening, I want to talk to you a little bit about cigars. I think that most people have been talking about, if I'm not mistaken, most people have been talking about cigarettes and e-cigarettes, vaping, and the like. I want to tell you a little bit about the tobacco license that we hold and the products that we sell. We do not allow anyone under the age of 21 inside our stores without a parent or a guardian. We are responsible retailers, be it of beer, wine, and spirits, or of cigars or any other regulated products. The cigars that we have for sale in our stores are high-end sticks, several dollars a cigar and up. We don't sell Philly blunts. We don't sell other cigars, and we do not sell cigarettes or e-cigarettes. No vaping products whatsoever. The cigars, by law, I understand, are located in a humidor which is locked. Customers ring a bell signaling that they're interested in purchasing cigars. Someone on our team uses a key to open the humidor as the customer points out to what it is that they want. The customer never touches the cigars until they're purchased. Cigars are a legal product. They're used by consenting adults. I think what we need to do is draw perhaps a distinction between responsible retailers and the bad actors that disregard these laws and will sell cigarettes primarily and e-cigarettes to underaged persons. That's not right. That's not legal. And what I believe is that perhaps this ordinance that you are considering would penalize law-abiding and responsible retailers like ourselves and others who sell products responsibly. While I'm concerned about the flavor ban, I particularly as it relates to cigars, I do understand that there are other municipalities that have sought to do that, and certainly can understand their reasoning. But I will remind you that cigars are a legal product, and so as long as the response, I'm not so sure that this ordinance would not penalize again responsible retailers who are doing the right thing and keeping these tobacco outside of the hands of those who are underage. What I do need, however, is some clarity on the transferability of licenses. I understand that we're a retailer to move its business from a current site in the city to another site. It would result in essentially a forfeiture of its tobacco license and the need to reapply for a new tobacco license, of which there wouldn't be one available if this cap on tobacco licenses and the ultimate phase out were to happen. I will tell you that would imperil our business and the businesses of others who are responsible that sell this. So I ask that the council consider that there are responsible retailers of cigars in Bloomington, and please do not unfairly penalize these good retailers by restricting the transferability of their license. And I also ask that you vote against this ordinance because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Leah, could we have our next caller, please?
Yes, ma'am. Our next caller will be Joe O'Connor. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Welcome.
Mr. O'Connor, your line is open.
Yes. Yep. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Joe O'Connor, and I work for Holiday Station Stores in Bloomington at our corporate office. And did a lot of great arguments tonight. But one of the things I have a problem with is that a lot of the arguments, good, bad, are pointed in the wrong direction. A lot of these things should be handled maybe at the state, probably federal level, but to penalize small businesses, retailers, and just like the gentleman before me said, people that are responsible and sell responsibly. We heard the stats earlier that there's a lot of responsible retailers out there, and the stats are good, and the data is good. We don't sell to youth, and I think that probably applies to most retailers in Bloomington because the numbers are good. You guys said it earlier. We take it serious. We don't sell to youth. Part of our ongoing training program is we send in shoppers on our own. In our 7 stores, we do it about 300 times a year just to make sure we're complying. Compliance is tied to compensation, and it's something that a lot of people don't understand and are surprised at, is that if we fail any sting, that employee is terminated immediately. So I know we're not the only ones, but we take this very seriously. And, and to boot, our technology is top notch. We make sure we don't sell to the youth of Bloomington. And any of our 500 stores across 10 states. My experience, through Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth has been, and I have the stats, and I'd be glad to share this with anybody, but, two things happen. The sales shift to a nearby community. And, like I said, there's been a lot of good arguments on both sides, but that's the unfortunate truth, is that the sales will just shift to a nearby community. I'd be happy to provide that to anybody. And then there's a big loss in sales. And it's not just the category itself, but it's like the gentleman, a few back talked about the basket, what we call the basket sales. A lot of people are buying their gas and other things. So when the sales go down, if you're watching your business, your hours go down and you lose jobs. So unfortunately, I'll go back. The big argument here is, you can look at big tobacco and they haven't always done things right and they still don't do things right, but we're targeting responsible retailers with this ordinance. Our stores have complied. We went to 21 and we were one of the first ones in Bloomington, the city of Bloomington, to go up to 21. We survived the minimum pricing on cigars, and that was a big hit for us, but it worked. It kept tobacco out of the youth of Bloomington. But this next step, and I've experienced it, like I've said before, in many cities, would be crushing. Now, we have 500 stores and we're financially sound. This thing would be crushing to one store owner, two store owners, and it really puts a big hit on us too. But once again, it's not the numbers. It's back to youth prevention. We're doing everything we can do, and I think a lot of people are, and it's in the numbers. And I really think that's where the argument lies. Is first of all, what is the argument? The sunset rule was kind of a shocker to me. I've never heard that one before, but for anybody out there that owns a business or wants to sell a business or transfer their business, I can imagine what that financial statement would look like. 43% of our inside sales are tobacco. And you take that away, eventually you're going to not only sell any tobacco in Bloomington, but you're going to see a lot more community stores pop up in Eagan and outside cities and communities. So those were my thoughts. I just want to thank you guys for letting me speak a little bit here, and hopefully we can plan to achieve a common goal, as Bobby and Steve has said. That's really the goal here. So thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. O'Connor. Appreciate it.
Leah, could we have the next caller, please?
And our next caller will be Madalena Morgan. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Bloomington City Council. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Madalena Morgan, and I work for Bobby and Steve's Auto World, which is a very, very small family-owned convenience store chain in the Twin Cities. I am also a longtime resident of the city of Bloomington. My son is 17, and he has gone through the whole educational school system in Bloomington, and you guys do a great job. Like I said, I'm a mom, so I completely support the idea and intention behind protecting youth against the harms of commercial tobacco products. But I believe that this ordinance will do little to do that. And I do think it's going to hurt the small business like Bobby and Steve's. And with that, will hurt families that depend on business like that, like mine. When Minneapolis imposed this flavor ban, and again, they didn't do a complete ban, which the city of Bloomington is trying to do. Our locations in Minneapolis experienced double-digit losses, and there was quite a few layoffs. So I'm a bit scared that the same thing will happen here for us in the city of Bloomington. I love the convenience store industry. I always believe that is the core of any city, is the face of any city for travelers. I always think that we kind of judge a city based on the convenience stores, because anytime you go on a trip, you have to stop at a one or two to fill up, take a bathroom break. And I think it's important to have strong convenience stores in any city. So I just want to make sure that we are aware of that. So I'm just asking for you guys to please reconsider making changes to the ordinance as is written, so the effect is not as devastating as we expect based on how it currently is written. I also want to add that please know that we will continue to do everything to make sure that we only sell to legal age tobacco users. I would love to invite you guys to our stores, actually show how we work, because we are an important part of the community. Thanks for letting me speak, and thanks for considering.
Absolutely. Thank you for your call.
Next caller, please, Leah.
And our next caller will be Dustin Dockman. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for hearing me out tonight. I'd like to share my personal success story with quitting combustible tobacco, as it seems to be an underrepresented perspective in this important conversation. Flavored tobacco products, and specifically the assistance of smokeless through their quality liquid and education, have greatly improved the future health prospects of myself and my parents. From 2012 to 2016, I was a student at Kennedy High School, a varsity cross-country and track and field athlete. However, in my senior year, I made the mistake of picking up the habit of smoking cigarettes, as many do. In a matter of 2 years following that, I developed a nasty habit and went from being able to run miles on end to having difficulty breathing, sporadic chest pains, and wheezing after simply walking up a flight of stairs. I was terrified of what I had done to my health, and realizing the trajectory I had put myself on for my future, I began one of many attempts to quit smoking. However, as it's commonly known, nicotine is a tough habit to kick, and time again I failed. Gum, patches, cold turkey, and the like didn't seem to cut it. I was lost and fearful of what I could do to change. Enter Smokeless, a local vapor retailer and e-liquid manufacturer who provided the products and education I needed to address my habit. I needed a product that delivered nicotine in a satisfactory way through inhalation without the carcinogens and harmful chemicals found in cigarettes. This is exactly what they offered. They taught me how to use my first vape, found the right flavor and strength for me, and within weeks, I had transitioned entirely off of cigarettes. Flavors such as root beer, watermelon, and caramel apple pie were integral to this, as the flavor of tobacco is exactly what I needed to escape from. I can happily say that I haven't smoked cigarettes since October of 2018, and that all of my physical ailments related to smoking have abated as if I had never smoked at all. I can run, I can breathe, and I feel much more like the young athlete of my high school years. All of this is possible because of the assistance of Smokeless and because of flavored nicotine. Due to their assistance, I won't follow the footsteps of my parents who do smoke. Over time, Smokeless has also encouraged me to lower my nicotine strength in order to quit, and as an aside, I've personally seen them advise others in the store to avoid nicotine entirely if they aren't currently using it. They are in the business of helping folks quit smoking cigarettes via vapor products, flavored or otherwise, and actively advise users to avoid starting a nicotine habit if they don't already have one. And I'm not alone in this struggle. As I previously mentioned, my parents have the same trouble. However, for them, instead of 2 years of smoking, they've been at it for a combined 70 years. They now feel much of the impact of the habit on their bodies, and myself and them fear for what time they may have left if their cigarette habit continued. As I did, they tried everything available to quit, and time again, couldn't succeed. After my success transitioning to vaping with Smokeless in their products, I took what I had learned and passed it on to them. I love my parents with all my heart, and I was terrified that cigarettes might take them away from me. It took some time and convincing, but I can proudly say that as of 9 weeks ago, my dad has quit smoking entirely with vaping, and my mom has cut her cigarette smoking down from a pack to a handful a day. My dad personally was suffering from difficulty breathing and sleeping, struggling with chest pains, and even began having panic attacks due to the effects he could feel cigarettes were having on his body. Now he sleeps well, breathes well, feels as young as he has in years, and exudes an overall optimism about his health and future. My mom is hopeful herself and hopes to soon join him and myself in the ranks of ex-cigarette smokers. Unfortunately, my mother's father, Jim, didn't have this option when he was alive. He died at 42 from lung cancer due to smoking, so she was especially afraid for her future, as was I. I never got to meet my grandpa, but I hear he was a wonderful man. Cigarettes took him away from my mom too early, yet vaping has helped to ensure that my kids will be able to meet my parents and that they won't suffer the same unfortunate fate as he did. As proud residents of Bloomington, myself and my parents urge you to reconsider this ban. We love the city and love being alive, and smokeless, their staff and products, and flavored nicotine specifically have saved us. I have lived all 22 years of my life in the city with my parents, and we hope that the city can learn to support and understand that vaping has helped these 3 residents to feel hope, a renewed sense of vitality, and has given us the opportunity to continue living in and loving this city for years to come. Please don't take this harm reduction alternative away from myself, my family, and the residents of Bloomington. I can confidently state that for my parents and I, vaping has substantially reduced our risk of illness and premature death in regards to our nicotine consumption. It should be noted that federally, the sale of vapor products to minors is illegal, and the sale of these products online is also illegal as of late, and I believe these restrictions suffice. However, taking this next step and lumping flavored vapor products in with tobacco in terms of its harm level and banning it entirely based on that assumption is an egregious mistake and will limit current smokers from correcting their mistake by switching to a viable alternative.
I'm sorry, you're past your 5 minutes, but thank you for your perspective and thanks
you.
for your comments. Thank you much.
That's okay.
Leah,
Thank you.
Leah, could we have the next caller, please?
We have no one on the queue, but if anyone still wants to speak on that agenda, please press star 1 on your telephone. Again, that's star 1 on your telephone. And our next caller will be Angie Griffith. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Angie Griffith. I co-founded and own Smokeless at 8563 Lindale. We are the last dedicated vapor shop in the city. I ask you to oppose this ordinance tonight. At Smokeless, it is our mission to help people transition off of combustible tobacco through the use of vapor products with the aid of outstanding customer service and product education. At Smokeless, mission matters deeply. My background before starting this business was in nonprofit filmmaking work, much of it directed at teen-related causes. It was then that I realized that to be truly fulfilled in my work, there must be a component of mission involved. I am by nature a helper. I'm very proud of the work that I did in that space, but I am even more proud of the company I've helped grow, the amazing staff that I employ, and what we do working together every day to help adult smokers find a new path. Vaping works. Vaping is harm reduction. My internal PMTA survey data sent over, as well as my sales data, reinforces the fact that adult smokers need flavors to abstain from smoking. Tobacco flavors can be a trigger for many, leading to lower success rates with these products. One of the biggest mistakes made by the federal government was deeming vapor products tobacco. It's put you in the position today to include us in this ordinance. If you pay close attention to the voices of the users, the personal experiences and anecdotes, vapor products are something else, and they should really not be legislated the same way as tobacco. Vapor products are a powerful tool that can aid in public health and help with a decline in what is almost 500,000 deaths per year in this country due to smoking-related illness and disease. I ask you to please focus on what really matters, the people's voices. How are these vapor products different for them from tobacco? How have their lives changed thanks to them? Banning menthol and flavors will not affect the youth smoking rate in Bloomington. Banning menthol and flavors will affect the adult smoking rate in Bloomington because you're only leaving 2 options on the table should this ordinance pass: the much more dangerous combustion option or the much higher level closed system nicotine products with no option to wean down. I hope you viewed the personal testimony I sent you all over the weekend. I know it was long, and I know that you must be so very busy serving this role. But as I said there, and I am saying again now, this ordinance is bad for public health. This ordinance will no longer allow for me and my company to serve our mission in this city. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for your comments, Ms. Griffith. Appreciate it.
Next caller, please.
And the next person on the line is Joseph Berg. Your line is open.
Hi, my name's Joe Berg. I've been the manager of gas for the last 25 years. I'm not a public speaker. I don't really have much to say beyond what people before me have said eloquently. But to say that this would be damaging to our business is a little bit of an understatement. You can't really legislate morality. And yeah, you got five or six employees depending on the time of year, and I'm sure we would have to, if we lost the flavor sales, we'd end up having to cancel some of them, or I'm sorry, we'd end up having to cut down hours to the point that someone would lose their job. That's about really all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Thanks for your comments.
Could we have the next caller, please?
And the next person on the line is Dante De Serrano. Your line is open.
Hi, council members and Mr. Mayor. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to give my perspective as a consumer. I believe you understand the economic implications, and you've gotten a lot of that already. I smoked and chewed tobacco from 13 to 23. That's 10 years of my youth. Those neural pathways were formed and extremely unlikely to change. I tried nicotine cessation products as well as prescription medications beginning at age 19. They did not work for me. E-cigarettes were the only thing that worked for me, and whether the FDA wants to consider it a cessation product or not, it added countless quality years to my life. There's no need to change a behavior, but I eliminated all the negative repercussions. This is especially meaningful for me today because last week I lost my dad to lung cancer. This product has prevented me from meeting the same fate, and I'm forever grateful. I know that had there only been tobacco-flavored e-liquids, I would never have stuck with it. I've tried them since, and they are definitely not for everybody. They're very heavy and can be triggering if you're trying to avoid cigarettes, just like Angie said. That's really all I have, and thanks for listening.
And thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Could we have the next caller, please?
And the next caller on the line is Darian Whitehead. Your line is open.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members. My name is Darian Whitted, and I live in Bloomington, Council Member Nelson's district, and I'm a sophomore. As a teenager who is aware of the effects that flavored tobacco can have with its lures to people my age, I'm happy to voice my support for this ordinance based on the concerns of many people like myself who care about the health of my peers. For a while, I've been aware of how ubiquitous flavored tobacco is and how much it affects the use of tobacco in teens. The reason many of my friends and classmates try it is because it comes in fun flavors and is more appealing regardless of its damaging effects. People my age are made aware of the consequences of using tobacco and cigarettes, but you can still see them in between classes and in the bathrooms using it because they still see the flavored products as harmless. The main reason is because these tobacco companies target young people with flavored products, and it works. Through my experience as one of these young people, flavored tobacco is certainly more common. In fact, in all of my run-ins with people around me using tobacco products, it was always them using their Juul and Puff bars with flavored tobacco. If these flavored tobacco products weren't available, a main incentive to begin in the first place would have been gone, and people I know wouldn't even have tried it in the first place. Without your help, the next generations, not only in high school, but middle school as well, will be introduced to this environment where there are countless opportunities to try these products. I fully support and believe in the effectiveness of this proposal to prohibit the sale of all flavored tobacco products, and I thank you for your support of the health of my generation and others to come. I hope your support in improving our health of our community and prevention of my friends and loved ones being affected as I've seen others to be. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your input, Ms. Whitted. Appreciated.
Could we have the next caller, please?
And the next caller on the line is Jesse Griffith. Your line is open.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bussey and Bloomington City Council members. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
We are indeed. Good evening. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for allowing me to offer my input tonight. I will get straight to the point. Roughly 90% of our customers at Smokeless, all of whom are adults over 21, use non-tobacco flavored e-liquid. Prohibition on flavored vapes will leave our customers without access to the products they use to stay away from the dangers of combustible tobacco. Enactment of this ordinance as proposed will leave our business with only two choices: shutter the longest standing dedicated vapor store in Minnesota, or sell combustible tobacco in an effort to keep our doors open. The second option would be in direct violation of our core principles as a provider of harm reduction products, but would be our only pathway to viability under this ordinance. Truth be told, we're much more likely to shutter, but we do have to at least consider options to retain our multiple employees who work in Bloomington and have been with our company for the better part of a decade. Another point about flavored vapor I hope you will consider is regarding nicotine consumption and the consumer's ability to graduate down. Our customers who use flavored vapor overwhelmingly use lower nicotine strengths compared to those who use tobacco-only flavor. Only 27% of our flavored vapor sales are for a nicotine strength higher than what we would consider low, 6 milligram or 0.6% nicotine. 53% of our tobacco-flavored sales are for a strength higher than low. This means that tobacco-flavored customers are twice as likely to use a higher nicotine strength and less likely to cut or reduce their nicotine intake over time. The majority of vapor products sold in convenience stores and gas stations are 50 milligram or 5% nicotine, which is over seven times stronger than the average nicotine strength we sell in our dedicated vapor shop. We opened Smokeless in Bloomington in 2013. Within a few months, we approached this council for a conditional use permit to expand our store with an indoor vaping lounge, which we were granted. We spent about $100,000 to remodel and expand the store. Less than 1 year after granting us a permit for this use, the council voted to ban indoor vaping, including in our store. While other cities have voted to ban indoor vaping, those bans have largely come with exemptions for vape shops and cigar shops, including every other city in which we operate: Minneapolis, Woodbury, and Burnsville. We've just come through the most challenging of our 11 years in business, and I'm happy to report that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, government-imposed closures due to civil unrest, changing consumer habits such as people minimizing leaving their houses and ordering online, we have made it through without having to downsize any of our staff. I ask that you consider amending this flavor ban ordinance with an exemption for adult-only 21 and up stores, just as Minneapolis and St. Paul and multiple smaller Minnesota cities have done. Please don't leave us with only the choice to close or sell cigarettes. I've emailed your staff with our sales data that I've cited here, as well as our recent letter from the Food and Drug Administration notifying us that all of our products have been accepted under their PMTA process. And before I close, do I have a couple more seconds?
Yes, you do.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to note, there's been some mention during this meeting that flavored e-cigarettes are responsible for lost years of progress in reducing youth tobacco use. However, the data provided by your own health department shows that youth usage is still going down, and specifically dropped from 26.4% in 2017 to 20.5% in 2020, which is a 20% reduction over 3 years. And that's on page 63 of your agenda packet. So I just wanted to clarify that some people are saying some stuff that directly contradicts the data that even your health department has put for you in your packet. And with that, I just want to thank you for your time and consideration.
And I thank you for calling in and for your comments.
Do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, and we have another caller, Thomas Kotke. Your line is open.
Thank you, Mayor Busse, and thank you, council members. My name is Dr. Thomas Kotke. I am the Medical Director for Wellbeing at Health Partners, located here in Bloomington. I'm here today in full support of the ordinance before you. The tobacco industry continues to reinvent itself with new products. This time it is e-cigarettes and vaping, which are particularly attractive to kids. No amount of nicotine is safe for the developing adolescent brain, and e-cigarette use can set youth on a path to lifetime addiction. More Minnesota adults who have never smoked before are also using e-cigarettes. In 2014, 12% of adult e-cigarette users had never smoked, and in 2018, that figure had ballooned to 44%. Almost half of current adult e-cigarette users never smoked. Some will say that flavored e-cigarettes are used for quitting. I want to make one thing clear. E-cigarettes are not approved by the FDA for quitting help, and there is no clear evidence that they help smokers quit. Thankfully, there are FDA-approved options to help people quit, including nicotine patches, gum, and lozenges. And all Minnesotans can access free quit tobacco help through Quit Partner, our state's free treatment program. I also support including menthol cigarettes and menthol-flavored e-cigarettes in this ordinance. Menthol flavoring hides the harshness of smoking, making it easier to start. And because it is less irritating, it gives the false impression that it's healthier too. It isn't. And there's evidence that menthol cigarettes may be more addictive than regular cigarettes, making them harder to quit. Health Partners is the largest employer in Bloomington, and our mission is to improve the health and well-being in partnership with our members, patients, and community. We can do this by preventing youth access to commercial tobacco products. Preventing tobacco addiction would promote racial and health equity, a stated goal of the city, while improving our health and saving us all money. Those are goals we should all get behind. Bloomington businesses and residents, like those of other cities, already bear the astronomical cost of tobacco and nicotine. As Health Partners is a Bloomington Chamber of Commerce member, I was also pleased to see a letter of support from the Chamber. I hope you all vote yes on this ordinance in order to prevent the health harms of addiction for another generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kotke. Appreciate it.
Could we have the next caller, please?
And again, for anyone who wants to speak on this agenda, just press *1 on your telephone keypad. And we have the line of Stefan Bailey. Your line is open.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Busse and the council. I actually wrote a couple of emails before the council meeting got started, but I did want to add just a few additional comments, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
And that is that I think yes, I had started or sent a couple of emails ahead of the council meeting, and I just wanted to add a couple of additional comments, if I may. And so I think that this is not going to be an effective way to reduce the use of e-cigarettes and other products by youth. I think having been a person who has studied the issue for a few years, and saying that there are other factors such as the proliferation of disposable pod types of e-cigarettes, the very high nicotine content, particularly of those closed systems such as the Juul, I think those are actually a greater contributor to the problem of youth vaping, and so I would recommend that the motion be tabled and that some of these other factors be examined, because I think where they can be regulated will probably bring greater, more effective results. I just point out that looking at an article here from the former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb called for a full ban on pod-based e-cigarettes a couple of years ago, and I think that's I think that is definitely something to pursue. I think that's all I have for that, plus the if the nicotine content can be limited, I think that would be also something to consider. I think that's all for now.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. Thanks for your emails earlier as well.
Do we have any other callers on the line?
Thank you. Bye now.
Do we have any
And
other
the next caller will be Sap O'Rourke. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. O'Rourke. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Cap O'Rourke. I represent the Midwest Vapor Coalition. We are a coalition of business owners and manufacturers that sell and retail vapor products. There are a few things that I would like to cover based on some of the testimony earlier. Councilmember Martin, you had asked a question about total numbers of adults and youth using using flavored products. I cannot give you the total numbers based on combustible or traditional tobacco products, but I can tell you that according to the CDC, youth use flavored vaping products. About 85% of youth are using flavored vaping products. In contrast, about 95% of adults who use vaping are using flavored vaping products. This is what the CDC said in 2020. With regards to Councilmember Carter, you had made a statement or a question about the passage of T21 and the increase or the explosion of vapor products on the market. It should be noted that vapor products came on the market in full flavors in approximately 2010. Since then, the adult smoking rate and the youth smoking rate have not only continued to decline, they declined at a faster rate than they did since the 1998 tobacco settlement. What did happen in about 2017 was pod systems or Juuls came on the market. Those are products that are currently prohibited by the FDA from having flavors other than menthol and mint. And one of the reasons that the FDA limited those flavors is because these pod systems, along with disposable systems, have a nicotine content level of about 5%. Compared with the tank or open system products that are sold primarily in tobacco or vape-only stores, which typically have a nicotine content of about 0.3 to 0.6%. So those pod and disposable products have about 10 times the amount of nicotine. And not surprisingly, that is, as we've seen the number of youth who are using these on a more regular basis, that coincides with the popularity of the disposable and the pod systems. It should also be noted that the 95% of the disposable products that are on the market are currently in violation of FDA regulations. They were not on the market as of August 8, 2016, and they shouldn't even be being sold. So eliminating those products from retail stores and convenience stores and getting them off the market, you're actually complying with existing FDA guidelines. The FDA just doesn't have the ability or willingness to enforce those. One of your other callers commented about the outbreak of EVALI that happened in 2019. It should be noted that the CDC, after a thorough investigation, determined that the culprit of that was illicit vaping of illicit products that were aimed at getting kids on medicinal cannabis, or not medicinal, just cannabis, and those were black market products. They were not sold in stores. They were not caused due to nicotine solutions. So, and one of our concerns is banning this ordinance would ban flavors. You are going to create once again another black market for people looking for nicotine vaping solutions, and people will once again go to manufacture these in unregulated and non-restricted premises, and you could once again have another health outbreak like we saw in 2019 when people were using illicit black market vaping products. Overall, these vapor products have been shown to be significantly less harmful than traditional tobacco products. Right now in the UK, these products, vapor products, are being prescribed by doctors as a cessation method. They have seen a all-time reduction in their smoking rates in both adults and youth. They have all of the same flavors that we have in the United States, but they do have a different set of regulations. They regulate tank size and they regulate nicotine content. The stores, unlike convenience stores, the vapor stores that sell these products don't sell traditional combustible tobacco products. They only sell vapor products, eliminating the vapor from this, eliminating the
Excuse me,
flavors
Mr. O'Rourke?
in this ordinance would force this business to close. Yep.
Excuse me, you're past your 5-minute time limit, but appreciate your comments. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
Do we have other callers?
We don't have any callers on the line, but if anyone still wishes to speak, please press star 1. I don't see anyone on the line. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for everybody who called in during our public hearing. Council, with nobody left on the line, I'd look for a motion to close our public hearing this evening.
So moved.
So moved.
We have a motion, I think, by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Carter to close this evening's public hearing on item 7.1. Hearing no further discussion by the council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. The public hearing is closed on item 7.1. So staff, before we get into a conversation here, I jotted down a couple of questions, and I wanted to make sure that we got those answered before we moved on. And Dr. Kelly, I think Mr. Erickson called saying something about a staff member about saying cigarettes were available in vending machines, or can you clarify that, Dr. Kelly, at all, exactly what that whole deal was?
Mr. Mayor, the point about vending machines is part of the history behind this ordinance. So in the purpose statement in 14.435, it talks about some of the previous work that was done to address tobacco issues. At one point in time, vending machines were able to sell tobacco. That's long history. It's not current process, but that's part of the history and the purpose, which is why vending machines is still there.
So bottom line, it's just kind of a leftover in our ordinance from years past when actually tobacco products were sold in vending machines.
That's correct.
Thank you. You were also, I also wanted to clarify, I think, a question or a comment by Mr. Dixon talking about police engagement and police compliance. Can you clarify anything? What would the role be for uniformed police officers in terms of this ordinance if it were to go into effect?
Mr. Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. There is no role, as this ordinance is written, for uniformed police officers. Penalizing possession is a huge equity concern and is something that was not discussed in this ordinance. The only role police officers would play is that undercover aspect of compliance checks, and that is not done in a uniformed process, and that's of our normal process to ensure compliance. There is no penalty for enforcement. There is no aspect of this ordinance would allow for police officer engagement with anybody in the community about what they do.
Thank you. That's good to know. And then the final question, and I'll admit I jotted it down about a half hour ago, and I can't remember the context anymore about the question that it was, but something about information on cigars or vaping, and I jotted down your name and also Maureen O'Brien from our legal team. But honestly, I can't remember what the questions were or what the context was. Can anybody please read my mind and tell me what I'm trying to remember here? It's
Mayor, I wrote down something similar. So I wonder if you might be thinking about, there was some discussion about exceptions to the flavor ban.
Yes. That's it.
Cigars,
Yep.
exception, the different flavors that they have. That's what I wrote down anyway.
I think that's exactly what I jotted down also. So if we could go to Maureen O'Brien, I think on our legal team, the specifics on the flavored cigars and how that all fits into all of this.
Certainly. Yeah, so as the way the ordinance is drafted now, any product that is approved by the FDA for cessation, so quitting, would not be prohibited. So whether or not it's flavored, if it is approved by the FDA as something that helps people quit, it wouldn't be prohibited. And then any tobacco product that doesn't meet the definition of flavored, so a product that's flavored as tobacco would not be restricted. And so that's something that does exist in the market with cigarettes and cigars, and in a limited capacity, vape products as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. Those are the questions that I had. Before we get into discussion on this, Council, are there any additional questions, clarifying questions that we need to clear up? Or I see 3 hands up. Happy to go through those, but I just want to make sure we get through the clarifying questions before we get into our discussion. Councilmember Lohman, you're waving your hand at me. Do you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, Mayor, I've got several of them here. I'll go through them real quick here if I can, Mayor. So I wanted to know about, there was a question during the discussion from public comment from the neighborhood retailers that we didn't respond to their questions after 2 years. They sent something 2 years ago. Did we respond to those guys?
Mr. Verbrugge, I'm trying to remember the context of that question as well.
I think Dr. Kelly is probably the best person to answer that question.
Dr. Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lohman, I believe the question in it, the conversation from the neighborhood retailers that might have come to the Advisory Board of Health, trying to remember when we did have a retail perspective. I can get the exact dates at the Advisory Board of Health.
Yeah, I know, because I just got concerned when they said 28. They sent 28 questions. They sent it 2 years ago, and they sent something later on this week that we're not being responsive to them. That concerned me a little bit that we didn't respond. But yeah, if you could look into that, I would appreciate that and get back. Another question that I had was I got comments from some of the folks that we had moved the meeting with the retailers at the last minute. Can you help us understand a little bit more around that process of how that took place and what had that take place or happen?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, we unfortunately had a typo in the retail's letter that went out. So the day after that letter went out, a revised letter went out that went to the exact same group of retailers, notifying them of the error on our end, and rectified that as quickly as we could.
Thanks for clarifying that. And then a couple of the folks that spoke talked about the economic impact and whether or not we did an economic impact study. And some of the folks used various different economic pieces around that impact of 43% of their sales or double-digit losses. I wonder if you wouldn't mind. I think I'll throw this other question in here as well around folks that are going to lose their jobs for this. Could you opine a little bit on that in terms of how that's going to impact these realtors or retailers?
Councilmember Lohman, we don't have data specific to job impact or loss. We know that the loss of flavored tobacco products will have an impact. And we've seen similar bans or processes done around the country and similar processes where we have seen changes. So I don't have an exact FTE or projection that we would anticipate, but we know there will be some changes that would occur because of this process.
We really don't have an economic impact study that has been done, but we have some data from what we've seen in other places. Moving on to my next questions here is that for those folks that sell those vaping products out there, are they still able to sell online as a part of this ordinance? I just wanted to get an understanding of that, or that would be restricted to the city of Bloomington as well.
Dr. Kelly, or would that be Ms. Manderson or Ms. O'Brien?
Not sure.
Or Mr. Junker? We got to.
Is Doug able to jump in and answer that question?
Doug,
yes,
you're the correct
person. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Lohman. Again, our ordinance does not touch on any online sales. We do not regulate online sales of tobacco or other items.
What is possible for? I'm not making the suggestion, but it's possible for a realtor to close up and then just do all online sales and continue to sell this stuff. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, yes, it's tough for us to regulate the source of online sales. So if it's coming from inside Bloomington, it would be hard for us to pinpoint that, both from a city and a state standpoint when it comes to tobacco and e-cig products.
Not sure who this question would go to. One of the respondents had mentioned something about that they were in the process of an FDA. They had gotten some approval to at least start the process of cessation. I just got them to send the email over to me. They've got a tracking number. How are we going to handle those folks that are in the process of looking for approval through the FDA as it relates to our ordinance? Because we did talk about how you need to have FDA approval in order to be a part of to be able to sell your vaping products or types of things here. I can forward this on too.
Councilmember Lohman, the ordinance language has an exemption for FDA-approved cessation devices. My understanding is the FDA language is for the sale of a product, not a cessation device.
I'll forward on the email because I'm particularly interested to know, since it's looking like they are asking for that approval for their particular product. I just want to understand how the ordinance is going to treat that piece here. That's all my questions for right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. I've got Councilmembers Coulter, Nelson, and I believe Carter at one point had her hand up. Again, questions or clarifying questions or into the debate here. I'd rather get the clarifying questions out of the way first. So, Councilmember Coulter, clarifying question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple. And to start off with, I would be interested in knowing as well what Councilmember Lohman just asked about as far as the process for, should products ever be approved as as cessation products. That's not such an easy word to say. How that affects this ordinance and where we go from there. But just to sort of clarify a little bit here on that point, actually, I think it was Ms. O'Brien who mentioned this, that just to clarify sort of regardless of flavoring, if it's a cessation product, this ordinance does not cover that. Am I correct in understanding that the flavoring is sort of independent of that?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, that is correct. So if something has received approval from the FDA, then it is excluded from our definition of tobacco product, so it wouldn't be regulated.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm. And touching on a point as well that the mayor raised, we are not, I mean, this ordinance would apply only to sales, correct? There is no criminalization or anything related to possession. Is that correct?
Mr.
Councilmember
Verrugia, I
Coulter,
think
there is.
I think Deputy Chief Giles is here if we need a police perspective on this, but I believe that is the case, Councilmember Coulter, that it's regarding sales, but the way I understand it, that there would not be an enforcement mechanism through Bloomington Police regarding this.
I guess my question is specifically about possession. If this does not prohibit possession of any products or anything like that. It's solely related to sales.
Correct.
Okay, that was my understanding as well. And then my last question, we had some questions about the process that the city went through in crafting this ordinance, and I guess my question is, I of course was not on the council as T21 was moving through the process. How did that process in crafting T21 compare to this one? How, in terms of timelines and feedback and all of that, how did that compare?
Councilmember Coulter?
Yeah, Dr. Kelly, I think you worked on that, I believe. Did you not, Dr. Kelly?
I did. The biggest difference in process was the fact that we had a pandemic. And so the T21 process was much more sequential and a shorter time frame. This process had some longer delays between steps than we normally would have taken, largely because staff were redeployed to do COVID work and we were dealing with that reality. The reality, though, is being mostly virtual in this process, it was more accessible to the public than and open than the process we used for T21, even though the steps were the same.
Okay, and I think that last comment there really got at the question that I was asking, that the process, how the process looked in virtual versus in person and all of that, of course, that's going to be different in the world of COVID. But, on the whole, the process was roughly the same, as similar as can be expected given circumstances to T21. Am I correct in understanding that?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. And before we get to Councilmember Nelson, I think Councilmember Coulter and Councilmember Lohman, the questions you had about if something would be approved as a cessation device by the FDA, we always have the opportunity to amend our ordinance down the line if it should happen. And frankly, I have no idea how long that process takes within the FDA. No knowledge at all about it, but I would think we have flexibility to amend our ordinance if we see fit. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification in terms of the transfer of a business license, because a couple of the callers raised that issue. I think like holiday station stores and something like that. So can you clarify for me who is the license holder? And so, what would happen if a manager moved on or something like that within a organization of that size and scale? Or I think the other one was Total Wine.
Mr. Junker?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson. So the license holders, whoever has applied for that license, so Total Wine's business name or whoever's business name has applied for that license. So as the code reads, basically there's two different kinds of transitions that we deal with sometimes. So sometimes quote unquote the ma and pa type shop, where it's a family owned shop, and one of the spouses maybe passes on. Again, that other spouse would have rights to that license. So that business moves on as normal. In a corporate environment is when we get into any kind of a ownership or leadership change of more than 50% or more. So if you and I and a third party own a business and somebody buys both you and I out and becomes the sole owner, there's been a change in that. That would be true for liquor licensing, tobacco licensing, anything like that, where we have a majority change in ownership. Most of the time it's just a straight up sale, but sometimes we need to watch for those officer ownership, majority ownership type changes. Very, 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 very rare, but it does happen. Most of the time we watch for that in the liquor licensing. So we're kind of mimicking those situations into the tobacco code.
So just one quick follow-up for clarification. So let's say the people that own Total Wine want to take it public at some point. Would they then not be able to sell cigars in Bloomington?
No, Councilmember Nelson, no, that wouldn't be an issue just going public, because if the officers and the owners that we have already on paper are still in charge, that's okay. But if they were to give up or relinquish their majority ownership during that sell-off and new officers came in, so usually where we see that is where one corporation is bought out by another corporation, and those officers are removed. Everything's changed. We see their tax ID numbers change. We see other issues that say this is a new entity, then that license needs to be applied for new again.
Okay. So then, just to make sure I totally understand this, so if some other gas station convenience store entity wanted to buy out all the holiday organization, and so they bought out the whole thing, that would be a change, and then they would no longer be able to have tobacco sales.
Correct. So something similar to that just happened a few years ago, where Super America became Speedway. That was a big buyout by another entity. So that's a real life experience just in the last couple of years. That would halt all those gas stations from having tobacco under this new ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to make sure totally understood the consequences of that. Appreciate it.
And one more follow-up, if I could, Mr. Junker, and forgive me for not digging deep enough into the ordinance to know this. I probably should. But do we have a phase-in timeline on this, or is this once the ordinance is passed that this happens? I only ask if a business was looking to move from one spot to another, or if a business was looking to sell, would they have X amount of a 9-month window to get that sale made before the change went into effect?
I'm going to refer that one to Dr. Kelly, because I know we kind of moved we pushed out the timeline for removing the products, but Dr. Kelly, did we address when this actually goes into effect? As far as applying for a license?
So my understanding is as written, once it's published, it's in effect. The ban of the flavoring goes into effect in 2022 based on the change.
Yep, Mr. Mayor and council members, and the effectiveness on the no new licenses would be effective immediately upon publication. But it certainly is within the purview of the council that if you wish to have those effective dates be coincident, we could certainly do that as well.
Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that. And just one thing that I was thinking, just with hearing from owners who either if they are moving from point A to point B, a spot to spot, or if they're looking to sell their business in the coming years, or coming year or so, if they would accelerate that and still be able to get in under the wire here. So just something to think about as well. Council, any additional clarifying questions? If not, we have a lot in front of us here in terms of public testimony and comment. We have a lot in front of us in terms of the information that was provided in the staff report, and a lot of I think, discussion to consider here about the direction we want to take on this as it relates to many other things that we're doing right now. And would be interested in hearing folks' thoughts on this, and maybe we can get this conversation started and see if we can move to a resolution one way or another about how we want to take this. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly willing to dip my toe in or I want to thank staff right off the bat. I know I was a person who've been really driving towards the overall idea of trying to really sunset all tobacco products in the city of Bloomington. So if you want to blame somebody, you can look at me. I'm the guy. The one thing when I look at this, though, is some of the impacts around some of the small businesses. And Mayor, you kind of talked about it a little bit around making sure they have enough time to kind of make a transition. And there's kind of two different sets of groups that I'm kind of concerned about. One is these folks who have completely their primary business, and I'd say, let's say it's 80 to 100% of their business is within tobacco sales. I'm wondering if the time frame for those smaller businesses ought to be a little bit lengthier, and I don't know what the right amount of time is, and I'm certainly interested in once we get this passed tonight, if that's what we end up doing, maybe having those conversations, those 4 conversation meetings that were recommended to us. And then the secondary group of folks that I am interested in are the small businesses that are going to be impacted in terms of if we can set up, really kind of put our money where our mouth is and help them trying to transition out from this business. Really, it's a death business, and they're in it now, and we can help if there's a way for the city for us. I know it was mentioned in the ordinance to help them get themselves out of that and setting up a time frame by which that's reasonable to get them from an economic statement standpoint out of that. But I think that it's pretty clear, short should be to most realtors today, where the city of Bloomington is looking to consider moving after looking at this particular ordinance, especially if we pass it today. So I guess, Mayor, those are the things that I'd be interested to have a conversation around with those larger groups, maybe the vape shops, maybe some of those other ones, making a little bit longer of a timeline so they can transition. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other council members looking to chime in here? Thoughts on this? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And yeah, kind of along similar lines of Councilmember Lohman, just kind of throwing out where I'm at and curious to gauge my colleagues here. I guess from what I've read and what's been shared by the many public health organizations that submitted letters in support of this, and business organizations like the Chamber, as has been noted, it seems pretty well established that tobacco companies, if they don't get you before the age of 18, are probably not going to turn you into a lifelong user of the product. And has also been noted tonight, and in a lot of literature I've been trying to dig into, obviously youth are using flavored tobacco products under the age of 21 and 18, which is how they're getting in the door with these young folks. So I think overall it absolutely makes sense to me that dramatically reducing the density of availability, I think is the term we've used, of the flavored products would make a huge impact in youth usage and by extension really improving health outcomes over the course of decades for a lot of folks. And thank you to everybody who called in tonight and testified with kind of personal stories of health impacts, family members you've lost. That's very appreciated. So that being said, and again, as Councilmember Lohman kind of alluded to, I do think there is a bit of a distinction to be made, especially conversations I've had with some businesses across the community over the past couple of weeks here. Just in terms of overall number of locations and businesses, it does seem like the adult-only tobacco stores are a fraction of the overall places that these products are currently being offered. and the adult-only stores are also operating with the most restrictions possible around who's going to have access to those products. So I certainly agree with reducing the amount of advertising, reducing the amount of availability in the community, but I do think it's a little bit of a different form, more than a different kind when it comes to the adult-only. And just kind of generally speaking, full disclosure, I have a cigar every other weekend after I'm done working in the yard. And while that's not a flavored product, to be sure, I'd certainly be frustrated if the adult only stores where I purchased that was no longer going to be in business because a fraction of their customers are unethical and willing to turn around and give those to kids. So I guess I'd be curious to gauge my colleagues' thoughts on, and thank you to staff who put this together. I know the direction we provided was kind of across the board, but providing a carve out for, again, those couple of adult only stores in the community, I think you still hit your goals of dramatically reducing the advertising and exposure to youth of flavor products. You still dramatically reduce the density of availability of the products themselves. I don't think you'd have a loophole situation like was seen in places like Minneapolis because we're not issuing any new licenses. So essentially, it's just going to be kind of the broader swath that's not going to be able to offer these anymore. And it's still, I do think it's worth underscoring here, the sunset provision is an extremely bold step forward in terms of public health. I don't know of a whole lot of comparable cities in Minnesota, if any, that have put themselves on a path to just not having tobacco products. So again, I'll kind of leave it at that. But I don't know, even if we were to provide funding, these adult-only stores don't have gas or a lot of snacks or beverages to be able to pivot or evolve. If we were going to ban the sale of these products, it's just putting them out of business. And whether it's now or whether we gave them a longer plank to kind of walk off the end of, either way, they're still out of business. So be curious to get folks' thoughts on it.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, to start off with, as far as Councilmember Martin's comments, as far as I'm concerned, any reduction in youth tobacco use is a good thing. That being said, I'm always in favor of the most effective policy, of putting something forward that we know is going to be the most effective. And certainly from the public health folks that I have talked to, there is concern about a carve out for 21 plus shops making any other efforts that we would be taking less effective. So that I would be a little bit concerned about that. But like I said, anything that reduces youth tobacco use, I would support. We have heard a lot from folks over the last few weeks on this, and when I make policy decisions, I always try to go where the evidence points me, where we have evidence that can point us in the direction of what we know is going to be a good decision. And we have heard some anecdotal reports that e-cigarette use can help people quit, and I have no doubt actually that it may have helped some folks, but that evidence is at best mixed. And there is also evidence that in fact it is a net negative, that e-cigarette use is doing more harm than good, so to speak, as far as tobacco use. As an example, in 2014, the numbers that I had, it was about 12% of adult e-cigarette users had never smoked anything else. So the only thing they had started with e-cigarettes. 2014, that was about 12%. In 2018, that was up to almost half. So I think the numbers there show a pretty concerning trend as far as what e-cigarette usage really is about. And we also know that 70% of youth e-cigarette users are showing signs of nicotine dependence. So, I think as far as e-cigarettes, and that's why, this is why I asked about the FDA process, because I think if and when, there is something that is approved as an actual cessation device, as something that can actually help people quit using tobacco, that's one thing. But e-cigarettes are just not there yet. They're not, and I'm from what I've seen so far, I'm just not comfortable with that. I also want to comment on, this is a line of criticism that we hear quite frequently. If we do something here in Bloomington, well, folks will just go to other cities and do that. They'll buy their cigarettes in other cities or whatever it is. And to be honest, that's always been one of the least effective arguments with me, because that's true of everything we do in the city of Bloomington. That was true of T21, and the city council, I think, rightly still adopted that ordinance. We may be talking about, well, just last week as an example, we heard a presentation about how the zoning was different on Portland Avenue on the Bloomington side than on the Richfield side. That's the nature of how cities conduct business. That's the nature of how any government entity that borders another one conducts business. And it's, so I just, that's the way that goes. We can't control anything that goes on outside our borders, nor should we. And I think there's a line in this ordinance here that I think really strikes me, and that is that a license is a privilege, not a right. That cities, that we grant these licenses, and we are under no obligation to do so. And so I think, to me, that's how I've always thought of it. And I just, if folks are gonna go to Richfield or Edina or Eden Prairie or wherever else to get those things, fine, let them do that. That's their choice. And we hear a lot about, is this an interference with the free market? And I have a hard time with that one too, because governments are market actors. Governments make regulations and make changes and pass requirements on all manner of things. We do that every time we approve development plans or zoning changes or traffic changes or whatever it is. That's our job. And we, in a few weeks, maybe talking about prohibiting self-storage facilities in the city of Bloomington. That would be, one could argue, that's an interference in the free market as well. And our job is to protect the health and safety of the people of Bloomington. And it now occurs to me, I do support moving forward with the ordinance that we have in front of us tonight. I think there are, as far as exact timelines and all of that, I'm willing to work on that. Certainly, I think, if we need to provide greater flexibility, I'm certainly, okay with doing that. And, I get the challenges that businesses have faced. And I do want to say that I think it is to their credit that we do have so many responsible businesses in the city of Bloomington, that compliance checks do go well. I think that is really, really great to hear. But the fact that we have responsible businesses doesn't change the fact, to be frank, that they are selling a product that is harmful and addictive. And many of you know I work at the state legislature, and to be honest, this discussion, I've been around at the legislature long enough to remember the discussion a few years ago on Sunday liquor sales. And to be honest, this discussion reminds me a little bit of that. Every year this would come up, and it was a running joke at the legislature. It would always come up and would always fail in overwhelming fashion. But each year we saw a couple more folks who'd previously voted no vote yes. And each year it got closer and closer, and then finally it passed. And everyone knew it was going to pass eventually. But finally it did. And I think, just looking at sort of the history of how tobacco products have been regulated over the last, 20, 30, 40 years, it's always been in the direction of being more restrictive. Does anyone think we're going to go back? Or, does anyone realistically think that the direction that it's going to halt completely or go in the opposite direction? Because I sure don't. And so I think this is the next logical step. And so, for me, like I said, at the end of the day, we are talking about a product that we know is harmful. We know it's addictive. And we know, by the way, as has been said, that it's specifically targeted to youth. And by all accounts, certainly seems like that targeting is particularly effective. But we aren't targeting the auto industry when we advocate for biking or walking. We aren't being unfair to funeral homes when we address issues that allow people to live longer. This, like I said, this is about the health and safety of our community. And as the parent of a young child and soon to be parent of another, to be frank, I'm just not losing sleep over fewer people, especially young people, using tobacco. So I think this is a great step for the health of our community, and I am ready to support it tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter, and congratulations. That's news to me. Well done. Congratulations. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a quick question for Dr. Kelly. So I'm looking at the Minnesota Youth Tobacco Survey, and of the, it asks a question around, during the past 30 days, where do you get or buy your own e-cigarettes? And of the retail outlets, vape shops or stores that sell only e-cigarettes were by far and away the number one retail establishment that youth were buying these. Is it safe to assume then that the vape shops or the stores that sell only e-cigarettes are those 21 only stores?
So, Councilmember Carter, the Minnesota Student Survey data was done before we had the full impact of T21 and the statewide T21. So it's hard to compare that data to today.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So first, I just want to take a minute to thank you, Dr. Kelly, and thank the public health staff for pulling together this ordinance. We continuously are asking as a council for staff to come back with bold and innovative policies. And that is exactly what you've done here. And so I really appreciate it. I also know that we've had conversations this past year where the public health staff have asked us to prioritize, and we have explicitly asked for an ordinance to come before us that bans flavored and menthol tobacco products. So you've done exactly what we've asked you to do, and I'm incredibly grateful, and thank you so much for all of the hard work that went into this. So for me, when I ran for office, one of the biggest reasons was because of the health inequities that we see across Bloomington. And specifically, I mapped data points across our city. I looked at life expectancy. And the lowest life expectancy that I could find in Bloomington was right around Kennedy and in that kind of Lindale and Nicollet area. And the highest was on the west side of Bloomington, right around Jefferson. And there was a 10-year difference in life expectancy. And so when we look at what we know tobacco use is still one of the leading causes of preventable death in Minnesota. We know that youth who have greater access to tobacco retailers, whether or not they have really good practices in place or not, to prevent youth from buying, they are much more likely to start using these products. So when we look at Bloomington specifically, and we look at where there's access to tobacco retailers and how that aligns with life expectancy and other health and racial equity data metrics that we look at, the connection is pretty clear. And so I will also add that for me personally, as one of the council members currently that has kids in school currently, I will say that this is a huge topic of conversation and a huge concern, not just among my family, but among a lot of parents in Bloomington. These products are prevalent in our school system. We know that they're highly addictive. And as was mentioned, they come in fun flavors, right? And it shows us that it's hard for youth. It's hard for young people to say no to something that tempting. And the tobacco industry knows this. It's why they've created these products. I will also add that in 2015, the U.S. Surgeon General reported that e-cigarette use among high school students had increased by 900%. To Dr. Kelly's point, that was before, in our case in Minnesota, the T21 change. But according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, research is now showing that high school students who use e-cigarettes in the last month were about 7 times more likely to report that they had smoked cigarettes when asked approximately 6 months later. But the reverse was not true. So kids who are using cigarettes are not then turning to e-cigarettes as like a cessation tool. That's the way that I read that. As was mentioned by testifiers, the cost of smoking there are societal costs. This doesn't just impact one person, right? $7 billion a year it costs the state of Minnesota. At the individual level, that means about every tax for the cost of tobacco-related healthcare costs and lost productivity. And for the businesses that will be impacted if we do pass this policy, I want you to know that I don't make this decision. I do believe, however, along the same lines as Councilmember Coulter, that at this point, I have to believe that you understand that these changes are inevitable. Government agencies across the country, at the local, at the state, at the federal level, are grappling with this crisis. And they are passing policies to address the very clear negative consequences that these products are having on youth and society more broadly. And in fact, Black leaders and Black-led organizations right now are calling on the FDA to completely ban menthol products because they see the devastating consequences that these products are having on the Black community. Now, of course, that, we don't know what's going to happen with that, and that takes time. But in my perspective, we need to listen to the leaders across this country, the Black leaders across this country, who are begging for change, begging for policymakers to make decisions that will help save people in their community. So again, for the business community, I really truly believe this can't come as a surprise to you. And I hope, as the smart, savvy entrepreneurs that you are, that you've been planning for this moment and that you'll come up with creative ways to make up for this loss of revenue in your businesses. There are many businesses that have had this same impact in other industries in their sectors every day, and they adapt. And I know that the business owners in Bloomington will do the same. So at the end of the day, for me, really, the health benefits of saving Bloomington kids from a lifetime of addiction and disease outweighs any temporary impact on business revenues. And tonight, I wholeheartedly support this ordinance. And the fact is, for me personally, what I believe is that we don't have to live in a community where youth are exposed to and becoming addicted to these dangerous, but really very appealing products. We know it's possible because before these flavored products, these e-cigarettes and vaping products were on the market, youth smoking rates were at the lowest that they had been in 2 decades. And then these products came on the market, and now we're seeing an epidemic. And now I do want to say that that wasn't necessarily the case for youth of color, because again, they experience a much greater number of retailers in their neighborhoods and their communities, and they are aggressively marketed by the tobacco industry, especially as it relates to menthol products. So that's another reason why we need to take the limit on the licenses very seriously and include menthol in the flavor ban. So I asked my colleagues on council tonight to vote yes on this ordinance. Youth tobacco use is preventable. Deaths from tobacco use are preventable, and the health inequities that we see in Bloomington are preventable. And this action directly aligns, as somebody mentioned who testified tonight, it directly aligns with our declaration that racism is a public health crisis, and it directly aligns with our role as the council in terms of protecting the health and welfare of our community, especially our children. So this decision tonight alone will move us further in the direction where all youth in Bloomington, regardless of the zip code that they live in, grow up in a neighborhood that is healthy and safe. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I just got a couple of additional questions. Maybe Dr. Kelly or someone can help me clarify youth smoking rates, because as somebody pointed out in our public comment on page 63, it shows that smoking rates, including vaping, have continued to decline other than a slight uptick in 2017. Can somebody clarify for me what the actual situation is? Is that accurate that in 2020 they're actually lower than they had been?
Dr. Kelly?
So, Councilmember Nelson, the cigarette smoking rate is continuing to go down. What has changed is we've seen a dramatic uptick in e-cigarettes. And so when you combine the e-cigarette usage with conventional tobacco, you see a change in the overall rate when you combine both groups.
Right. So just for clarification, Dr. Kelly, I'm looking at figure 2 on page 63, and it says in 2014, the percent of students who used a commercial tobacco product in the past 30 days in 2014 was 24.6%, and in 2020 it's 20.5%, over 4 percentage points lower.
That's correct. And you see the reason it's not lower is because of e-cigarettes. So Tobacco 21 and other policies went into place to stop the initiation of youth accessing cigarettes and e-cigarettes. We saw that proliferation actually bump up the tobacco usage. So that would, if you took out e-cigarettes, it would actually be much lower than that.
Okay. So a number of other communities have passed similar ordinances. Do we have any data on the results in those communities on youth smoking?
So, Councilmember Nelson, the impact we've seen from some of those other communities with bans and changes, we've seen some initial evidence of that downward trend with access to the flavored products. We've seen an increase in interest in cessation and getting off products. And we have also seen some mixed results.
And with all due respect, was that in our packet? Because I read several hundred pages and I don't recall seeing it.
Yes, sorry. There was the study from San Francisco in the packet that talked about the impact of theirs. There's also a couple of papers in there that talk about the impact of menthol bans and what they saw in their communities too.
And if I recall correctly, the menthol bans, one of the primary spots was the entire country of Canada. Is that accurate?
That's correct. That was one of the papers in the packet.
Okay. But nothing from any of the local communities here. And I guess follow-up question, what I'm trying to get at is to ferret out the difference between having a full ban versus a 21 plus ban, and if there's any data information showing that if you reduce the number of locations, particularly if you reduce them to places where kids aren't going to be frequently, they're not going to be stopping to get gas, and they're not going to run in for snacks and things like that. You know, does that resolve the issue? Or do you need to go all the way? And is there data to support going all the way to a full ban?
So Councilmember Nelson, the data for the full ban is based on the work that if you don't have access to it, it's not there. The specific question you're looking for on comparing cities or jurisdictions that have done different policies and changes, that data is still very new, and I don't believe it is pulled together in the format directly that you're asking to compare between the two.
Okay. Thank you for the answers. I appreciate that. Just a little bit about my background. My mother smoked for years. She quit, and you know, she almost died from cancer. Had to have an organ removed. Fortunately survived. And she also suffers from COPD. Haven't been able to see her for the last year because there's a little global pandemic that attacks people with respiratory problems. I smoked for years, actually started as a teenager. So I'm very sympathetic to this issue of starting early. I quit in my 20s. Apparently, if you ask my wife, who was not my wife at the time, but was my girlfriend at the time, I was a little cranky when I quit. So it's not easy. It took many, many attempts to quit. And, you know, I have teenage daughters. I see a lot of teenagers and talk with them about this issue and totally understand, you know, the competing interests that they have. And the thing that I've been struck by, honestly, is how widespread the belief that vaping was not harmful is amongst them, and why the number of them started doing it because they thought this is harmless, you know, and I'm not going to smoke because smoking's harmful, and so I'll do this. And you know, unfortunately, many of them are addicted because of that, particularly with the high nicotine products that many of the retailers have sold in the past, and I think there's some federal laws against that. So you know, it's a very personal issue for me as well. With that said, I do have some concerns with regards to, frankly, the input and the level of input from our business community on this. I candidly don't think giving them information, here's the ordinance after it's already created, and having them react to that as opposed to being involved is the best way to handle this. You know, we had a number of callers that wanted to be involved. I also am concerned, are we focusing on preventing youth smoking, preventing kids from starting up smoking, or is this a broader policy to reduce the access and overall smoking rates within the community? As noble as that is that an overreach on our part? This is a, you know, we defer to the FDA in terms of, is this device approved for cessation? But we don't defer to the FDA in terms of what we're going to ban. You know, the FDA probably should ban these flavors and things like that. I think they missed. We had a letter in there from a very large number of sources asking them to finally act on these flavored products, and they still haven't done that. I'm concerned about the transfer portion of it. Again, this is, you know, continues to be a legal product, and adults continue to have the right to make stupid decisions. And, you know, so I'm just worried that we're maybe going a little bit too far here on this and not focusing on the issue of youth smoking. Let's stop youth smoking. The reality is, if we can put together the right things that prevent kids from starting to smoke, most of them will never smoke in their life. You know, that's what the data says. 88% start before the age of 18, and over 99% by the time they're 26. I'm absolutely 100% supportive of efforts there to do that. And like I said, I'm just concerned that this goes a bit too far for very good reasons, totally understandable reasons. This tobacco has impacted my life greatly. And I want to do things to make sure people have those ways of quitting smoking and not starting and all of that. So appreciate the efforts into this. Just that's kind of where I'm at, Mayor. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Appreciate your insights on this and your input. Council, as we look for a path forward here, because I've heard different concerns. I've heard strong support on a number of things. I've heard different concerns about different things as well. I'm wondering if I could offer this as a path forward to figure out where we want to go. I think from at least a majority, I think I've heard support regarding the flavored tobacco part of this. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm hearing the flavored tobacco is something that we could at least agree on. I think the second half, the transfer of the tobacco license, as we just heard from Councilmember Nelson, frankly, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that as well, just in terms of whether it's the effective date, how we put it all together for the 21 and over, you know, the adult only shops, or just how we handle that, because Councilmember Nelson is right. I mean, this is a major step forward, and it would set us apart in a lot of different ways, both good and it would also be an issue for a lot of folks as well. So I don't know. Can I get enough nodding heads regarding those? If we split them up, if we get enough nodding heads, if we move forward perhaps, or at least commit to the first part of the flavor ban, and then continue the discussion regarding the transfer of the tobacco license, and try to work through some of the issues we had on that. Am I off base here, or does that seem like something we could at least make a path forward with? Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'm definitely for the transfer of license piece. That to me, the sunsetting part is key to me. But I think what I am open to is lengthening out the time by which that these licenses would expire. I'd be happy to go to July 4th of 2022 for non-primary businesses, and 2023 for primary businesses in terms of that. Give them a little time to either sell the business or come up with something new, as Councilmember Carter had mentioned. But you know, from the I guess for me, it's just, you know, this is where we're getting ready to go. And I certainly, my answer to the question is we are looking to bring an end to the smoking thing in Bloomington. And so I think this is a bold way in which to do it. But I'm mindful. I have folks that have run businesses, my family, and certainly this smoking thing impacts my family as well. I could tell you personal stories, but I just think that we just need to give those businesses a little more time for the transition. So that's what I could support. You know, otherwise, you know, I'm happy to support it as it's written today. So
copy. Thank you, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, the issue of adult only versus kind of blanket, would that be included in the first part you mentioned, the flavor ban, or is that something we would consider as part of the licensure conversation?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you said.
Yeah, the concern about parceling out or carving out adult only stores, would that be considered in the first item you mentioned of the overall flavor ban, or would that be something we consider later as part of the larger licensure conversation?
I personally would consider that as a larger licensure conversation. But again, I'm looking for a path forward here. And as Councilmember Lohman said, I mean, if we have enough ready to go ahead with the ordinance as written, don't let me stop things here. But I'm trying to see if we can find a way that we could get everybody nodding and moving forward here.
If we can swing back on the adult only later, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify then. So you're proposing that we have two motions. One would be prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco, and then the second would be licenses to sell tobacco within the city of Bloomington. That's correct, right? We'd just be splitting those into two? And you're proposing that the second one be delayed so we can have more conversation?
You cut out right in the middle, but what I think you were saying is it was the flavor ban for one part, and then the second part being on the questions on the licensure, the timing of it, whether or not we want to sunset the license, whether it's a simple delay, or if we look at different ways of approaching this. I understand what Councilmember Lohman was thinking there. That's how I was kind of breaking it down.
Thanks for clarifying that. Can you hear me okay right now?
Now we can, yes, yep.
Okay. So I'm not supportive of the 21 plus exemption. I'm just not. So I see that as part of the prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco. My understanding is when other cities have done that, they've included it as part of that. But I'm open to talking more about the issuance of the new licenses and whether we want to have no more new licenses or, you know, set a cap at half of what we have now and at least start going down from there. I'm open to having more.
We're losing you in bits and pieces, Councilmember Carter. Maybe if you turned your camera off. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's a little more. That's a little more, a little less choppy.
Sorry about that. Believe it or not, people, I'm anxious to get back into council chambers too, just so I don't have to deal with these tech issues. But Yeah, so I'm open to the licensing conversation. And what I was saying is that, like Councilmember Lohman, I mean, I'm in full transparency, I'm fine moving forward with the ordinance, the language as it is tonight. But again, I'm willing to have further conversations. I do feel strongly though, and I'm very, very strongly supportive of prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco, and that's all stores.
Very good. Councilmember Coulter, thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess this is the risk you run when you're the last one to speak, but it looks like we do not have, based on my count, a majority that's ready to move forward with this ordinance tonight. I will say, as I said, I certainly am. I would be comfortable moving forward with the ordinance as it's written. I will concur with Councilmember Carter that I'm not comfortable with the carve out for 21 plus shops. My understanding is, as I said, that reduces the efficacy to a point where, it's not. It would not be my preferred route. I think if we're going to look at changes to the ordinance, as Councilmember Carter mentioned, I think the cap on the number of licenses would probably be the better route to go there. So my suggestion would be, in looking at the ordinance, it doesn't look as though we can easily break it up into separate motions tonight. I kind of saw the city attorney perk up a little bit when Councilmember Carter asked her question. So my suggestion would be here that, I think we do have agreement on the flavored tobacco prohibition, and that perhaps staff comes back to us with, based on the discussion we've had here tonight, some other suggestions on those other pieces, and we see where we can get to, if not consensus, at least 4 votes.
Well, let me see if we can get to 4 votes even beyond that, or consensus. If we agree on the first part of the flavor ban, and then to Councilmember Lohman's good suggestion, but rather than July 4th, maybe we say June 30th. Give retailers more than a year and a half, more than a year to comply and to figure this out, and to start moving forward with this. We can make those changes, and we can make the changes basically in the ordinance tonight and move forward with this evening, if that would be the okay. I'm seeing a thumbs up here, thumbs up. And if we can do that to give our retailers at least a little bit of breathing room, as I said, more than a year to try and figure out how to work through compliance on this, and to work through licensing transfers if at all necessary, if at all possible, perhaps movement and so on, just to give them a possibility to do that. Councilmember Lohman, your hand is up. I see Councilmember Carter's hand up.
Mayor, it's a good idea. I wanted to make a couple more statements, but I want to hear what other folks have to say. So if you give me a little time a little later on, I'd be happy. I want to say something, but I think you pretty much said a lot of what I wanted to say. So,
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to be clear, what would that motion be? Because I would make that motion right now.
Ms. Mandershag, can you help us out with this?
Mayor and members, Maureen and I are working very hard to try and come up with something for you here. So the effective dates are in the final lines of the ordinance. And so we would at a minimum need to edit that. My concern with regard to the just adopting a flavor ban is that that's in the latter half of the ordinance, section 2. However, the purpose and the justification and explanation and rationale that you heard during—
Ms. Mandershag, if I can interrupt for just a second. What I am hearing and what I was seeing the nodding for is that we adopt the ordinance as it's written tonight, but we just back off the implementation of the transfer of tobacco licenses until, a date certain in the future, say June 30th, 2022.
Oh, okay.
But I was hearing the rest of it. I was hearing support enough here to move forward with the ordinance as it's written now, just backing off to allow retailers a bit more time before the license transfer issues go into effect.
Got it. Okay, yes, we do have language for that, Mayor. Thank you for the clarification.
So if you could provide that to Councilmember Carter before she jumps out of her skin up there, I think that'd be perfect.
Okay, So do I understand, can I ask for a couple of clarifying questions? So mayor members, is the desire that the entire ordinance be effective what date? Do you want January 1st of 2023?
Nope.
I also heard July of 2022.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, if I understand where we're trying to get to a motion, it is that the effective, so as I look at severability, is that the appropriate place to look, Ms. Manderscheid, so that the effective date for the license provisions would be June 30, or would be through June 30 of 2022, but the effective date for the flavor would still remain January 1st of 2022. So it is keeping the proposed delay for flavored products so that they can work through inventory, and then giving a little bit more than a year for retailers to deal with the licensing provisions, which were, by my understanding, effective immediately upon publication originally.
Okay. Got it. So mayor members, what I'm hearing is that section 4, you want it to read sections 1 and when I say section 4, I mean section 4 of the ordinance, which is right after the clause dealing with severability. Section 4 would read, sections 1 and 3 of this ordinance shall be effective June 30th of 2022. We will need a corresponding edit higher up in the ordinance where there is a date on page 22. It says sunset on tobacco retail. In F2, there is a reference to June 1st of 2021, and we would change that to June 1st of 2022.
I think June 30th is June 30th, 2022.
We could change it to that. We were thinking, yeah, that works fine. June 30th.
Yeah, that gives the mid-year mark, basically, I think is what we were looking for.
Does that correspond, mayor members, with what you were hoping for? So I can.
I believe that is what we were aiming for here. Council, does that comport with what we were talking about? Councilmember Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I think I misunderstood our conversation before. Without the carve out for adult only, I'm going to have trouble with the ban, but I think this makes sense for a vote. Move forward with this.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. I just confirmed with Maureen that she thinks that will also work. So with that, I would suggest, based on the discussion, that a motion along the lines of the following. I move that section 4 of the ordinance, or excuse me, let me back up. Sorry, Mary, I'm drafting all this on the fly.
Ms. Manderscheid, can we go with the recommended motion,
Yes,
with just
that's where
with
I'm
the changes as stated?
Yes, that's what I'm going to. Motion to approve ordinance number 2021, amending chapter 14 of the city code to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco and prohibit the issuance of new licenses to sell tobacco in the city of Bloomington, with a change to the following sections of the ordinance printed in the packet. Section 14.437 F2 of the city code, the date of June 1st of 2021 would be changed to June 30th of 2022. And section 4 of the ordinance would be changed to read as follows. Sections 1 and 3 of this ordinance shall be effective June 30th of 2022.
Okay, so I make that motion.
And then I'll second it, Councilmember Lohman. And then Mayor, I have one one small little request.
Stand by, Councilmember Lohman. I just want to make sure we get this on the table. We've got a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Lohman to amend Chapter 14 of the City Code as written and as stated with the changes as stated by the City Attorney. All right, Councilmember Lohman.
I wonder if we could entertain an amendment that I know is going to fail. Councilmember Patrick Martin had brought it up, and I am also interested in it as well. I'd like us to take a vote on it if we would, to amend this particular motion to carve out those entities that also sell, that their primary business just sells tobacco till June 30th of 2023. I think, Patrick, that's what you were talking about, is carving out those folks that do primary business. If you second that, we could put an amendment on this and then vote this down.
And I guess point of information for the author of the amendment. So the carve out itself would also end in June of 2022, is what you're saying?
23 is what I'd be looking to give them an additional year so they could, it would help their business to change their business model, because their primary business is within, either selling flavor or selling tobacco. I don't know if that's do you have any interest in that at all? If you don't, we can let it die here and we can move on with the main motion. But I want to give you the opportunity to vote on it. I'm certainly interested in seeing if there's any interest in that as well.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Lohman, but I'm not sure it would do anything else than give them another year before they go out of business. But thank you for the consideration.
I think we're all set, Mayor. I do want to make a few comments before we go to vote, but other than that, I think we're good to go with what we've got on the board.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the table. And comments now. Councilmember Lohman, understanding the hour that we've still got work to do, and a lot has been said already, Councilmember Lohman.
And I won't repeat anything else that's already been said. I think it's, but I did want to make one comment. I do remember, as I look at this particular issue, when I was a young kid going to the Metrodome, in the PA, the guy would say, "There's no smoking in the Metrodome. If you want to smoke, go to Duluth." And I always wondered, what did that mean? And I found out that when you went to Duluth, you couldn't smoke there either. Essentially, that's what we're saying in Bloomington. We're moving forward to get rid of smoking in the city of Bloomington with this motion. And I'm hoping that that we will, as a former council member once said, when will smoking be extinct in Bloomington? So I thank you, Karen Nordstrom, for your leadership on this particular issue, and I appreciate your mentorship on this particular piece as I serve even today on our Metro Alliance for Healthy Families, along with my colleague, Councilmember Carter. We know how important it is to bring this stuff to an end. Thank you very much.
Council, any additional questions, comments? Seeing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Wolter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
No.
Nelson? Sorry, I saw your lips moving, but I didn't hear you.
Nay.
Thank you. Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 4-2. And we have an ordinance. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the staff for your work on this, and thank you to the folks who have come before us on this. As Councilmember Lohman said, I know that people who have sat around this dais before have made some bold choices regarding public health in the city of Bloomington, and so I hope we can do them proud with the work that we're doing here, and at the same time keeping in mind our business community and trying to work what's best for the entire city and moving forward on this. So thank you all.
Mayor, if I may, we drafted this very, very quickly. And so I just want to make sure on the record that that the goal of that motion was to make the effective date on the flavor provision June 30th of 2022, and the effective date, or excuse me, the effective date of the flavor provision June 1st of 2022, and the effective date of the license, June 30th of 2022. Flavor, 2022, January 1st of 2022, and license, June 30th of 2022.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I think that we have that clarification there. If we find tiny little clerical things that need to be edited, I would expect that that would be okay to bring it in some sort of a housekeeping at the end of the year like we do with other things.
I would concur with that, yes.
Mr. Mayor, quick question for the city attorney. With those changes, is it still okay to proceed with summary publication, or do we need to rethink that?
Let me take a quick look.
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor and members, I think I would edit the summary publication as well. We could bring that back to you at the next meeting with the edits to that and publish it thereafter.
So you're suggesting we hold off on summary publication?
In the alternative, I could suggest revising the sentence in there about effective dates, if you're comfortable with that. But as is, it's not possible to go forward.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, let me request that we hold off on that action. Let's take a look, make sure we have the language right. Since we don't have an immediate effective date, we have delayed effective dates on both provisions. I think it's okay to hold off on publication until we get the language right.
All right, I would recommend that. So so why don't we, if I could get a motion to table summary publication on this, and we will handle this at a later date.
So
I'll make that motion. Oh,
second.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Carter to table the summary publication on item 7.1 to a future date. Hearing no further discussion on this, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Can I clarify, are we looking at doing that to a date certain, the next council meeting?
Mayor, that would be my recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. So thank you all for your work on that. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 7.2, or another public hearing. This is on an issue that we've brought up a couple of times and it's been bumped a couple of times, and now the opportunity to get to it. It's our adoption by reference ordinance. Ms. Manderscheid, you're going to lead us through this one as well. Ms. Manderscheid.
Yes, Mayor, members, this is very simple. This is just a bit of housekeeping. Oftentimes when we draft language, we refer, draft language and ordinances, we refer to other legal entities governing documents. So we mean to incorporate them by reference. And we usually mean to incorporate the most current version of that other entity's legal documents. There are very rare occasions where we want to adopt a certain edition or a certain year of a publication of a document, in which case we state that. But what we were encountering is the need to continue to add
And I don't see any
sections to our city code that had language that said we mean to adopt the most current version, blah, 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 blah. And so this is just a basic housekeeping so that we don't have to say that thing each time. It's one bit of language in the general opening sections of our city code, and it'll help us out with a lot of drafting in the future. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Council, questions on this? Clear to everybody? Very good. Hearing no council questions, I would like to open the public hearing on item 7.2. This is a public hearing on adoption by reference ordinance that is being proposed. Do we have any callers, Ms. Wilson, who wish to speak to item 7.2?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. In the time since you closed the last public hearing, I don't see the operator on our call any longer. You'll have to excuse me. I have to make a phone call.
Absolutely. We will stand by to try and get our operator back. I appreciate your patience here, folks. We're trying to get our operator back so we can open this public hearing and see if we have any callers who are looking to call in.
Mayor and council members, while we wait, if we're not able to reestablish a connection with our operator, I think it will make it challenging to do a public hearing, in which case, much as I don't want to do it, after a couple of these items have been bumped, that we may indeed have to again open, or those that have already been continued to a subsequent meeting. Ms. Manderscheid, anything that you want to touch on while we're still waiting for to find out if our operator is going to be reestablished here?
Yeah, Mayor, members, taking a look at the public hearings that we have this evening.
Yes, it is 3.
We have 7.3, 7.5, and 7.6, or excuse me, just 7.3. So we could open that in a public hearing and then table it to the next date in order to keep that open. Same thing with the one that we have right now, which you've opened, and table that to a date certain so that we would not have to publish those notices. But the balance of the items in section 4 of our agenda do not appear to be public hearings based on the way that they've been organized in the agenda, but I'll double check that.
We would talk through the.
I think we're reestablishing connection here. So I think we can move forward here in just a moment.
Please dial back into the WebEx line.
So perhaps as a reminder, we can get the phone number back up there again for folks who would be looking to call in on item 7.2 and then ultimately item 7.3, and that would be the end then of our public hearings for this evening. But I just want to make sure that we have reestablished that connection and everybody knows that they're able to call in if they would like to for those two items. Councilmember Nelson, your hand up. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question in terms of process on this. Is there any way, one, to know if someone had been waiting to talk on this and maybe because it got disconnected, they thought it wasn't happening because they assumed we'd continue to talk for another hour about the previous item? Or I'm just worried that, people may have wanted to speak and would lose that opportunity because the operator wasn't there for a while.
A legitimate concern, I think. I think more so on perhaps on 7.3 as opposed to 7.2. I think 7.2 is kind of mundane and it's just more just moving stuff forward and pushing forward on it. So I would agree if you do have those concerns, we could open and table 7.3 and then just push forward with the rest of our agenda. I mean, if you have that concern and it's legitimate, and who knows if people were online looking to talk about landscape and tree preservation updates.
Leah, this is Chris. Can you hear me? Leah, can you hear me?
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson. This is Leah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Leah, I can hear
Yes,
you now.
ma'am.
Thank you for reconnecting the line. We have a couple more public hearings to go this evening, so
You're most welcome.
the mayor will tee up the subject we're talking on, and we'll get the phone number up on our WebEx screen here and see if we have any callers that want to speak on this item.
Thank you. Thanks for reestablishing our connection, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate it.
That will be noted.
We are on item 7.2, which is a public hearing on a proposed ordinance regarding adoption by reference ordinance. And our city attorney has described it for us and made the presentation. Do we have any callers? And as I said, this is a pretty standard kind of mundane kind of thing. I'm not sure if we'd have callers for this in particular, but do we have any callers on the line who wish to speak to item 7.2 this evening? Leah, do we have any callers for item 7.2?
We currently don't have any participants. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any callers on the line as of the moment.
Thank you. So, Council, to Councilmember Nelson's concerns, if we're comfortable moving forward with this, given the technical glitch that we just had, we can certainly do that. If there are concerns that perhaps somebody has been shut out or dropped off or thought we weren't going to get to this, or for whatever reason, once the operator cut out that we weren't going to be doing this, we can certainly table these to the next meeting as well. So, again, I think 7.2 we can move forward with, 7.3 we can question. So,
Mayor, I'm ready to move 7.2 if
I would agree with that. First, what we're going to need is a motion to close the public hearing on item 7.2.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 7.2. Hearing no further council debate, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. So, Council, do we have any questions on this, or are we ready to move on item 7.2? I would look for action.
Mayor, seeing no questions, I'll move to adopt ordinance amending Chapter 1 of the City Code relating to adoption by reference.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to amend Chapter 1 of the City Code relating to adoption by reference. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Lohman, summary publication.
Mayor, I'll move to adopt a resolution directing summary publication of the ordinance. An ordinance amending Chapter 1 of the City Code relating to adoption by reference.
Do we have a second? We have a second. We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin for summary publication. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 for summary publication. Let's move on to item 7.3 on our agenda, another public hearing, our last of the evening. This is, again, an ordinance regarding landscape and tree preservation updates.
Mr. Mayor, just to avoid any confusion, we have 2 more public hearings tonight, I believe. Landscape and then sick.
I'm seeing that listed as a resolution on my sheet for sick.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Let's.
I'll get you Mr. James for this item.
Okay. Mr. James, good evening. Thanks for sticking with us this late.
Yes, of course, Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. I just have a few slides here I can pull up. Let's see. Should be on the screen.
Yes, it is. You're good to go.
Thank you. We have an ordinance tonight regarding landscape and tree preservation standards and updates. So these, a few of these come from recommendations in the River Valley Systems Plan that was adopted a few years ago. It's also part of a larger project as we move the zoning code from Chapter 19 to Chapter 21. Gives us a chance to clean up some outdated language and fix anything else that we notice that needs changing, some cleanup items. And really a large part of this ordinance is it's largely cleanup. It's very similar to the miscellaneous issues ordinance that we bring before you yearly, except this one is all landscape and tree related items. And we also have a policy document that's a more internal document that we use for kind of policies and procedures, best practices that we're updating as part of this also. So the ordinance updates kind of fall into these three big buckets. We're either adding references to other sections of the code that are related to the landscape standards. So things like native landscaping or required landscaping for two-family dwellings, and penalties if prohibited trees are planted somewhere. We reference those out. We've added the section references in the code with tonight's ordinance. The other bucket here is to update the prohibited trees list. So cottonwoods and box elders, we create an exception for them. So that, I guess, first of all, these two species, they're native and they're sometimes used in habitat restoration projects, especially in floodplain settings. And so the ordinance has added flexibility, allowing them to be planted on public lands then. And then the last bucket is to add clarifying language with regard to the definition of significant trees. This definition specifies, or it's used in the tree preservation standards, and it's used to clarify which species need to be replaced if they're removed. And so kind of the clarifying language is with regard to prohibited trees. It's come up before as to whether or not ash trees that are prohibited, whether they would need to be replaced. And the answer is yes, and the language that we've added clarifies that. We move to the next slide. So then the policy updates consist of species lists, an updated species. We received some feedback from the Sustainability Commission that helped us update some of these, as well as looking at the recommendations from state agencies and extension services. We added a few categories to address some of the species that are more and more commonly sought, those for rain gardens or pollinator-friendly habitats. And we also added language with regard to flexibility and how we calculate sureties. So typically sureties are based on the site size, but for small projects such as minor building additions that are situated on a large site, this doesn't always make sense, as it amounts to quite a large surety expense for a really small project. And so we added language stating that the surety could be based on the project cost estimate for those smaller projects. However, the planning manager would still have the discretion to decide when that would apply. For outreach with this, a lot of these updates are pretty routine, so it was more informative. We updated the webpage here that's pictured. We sent out the e-subscribe emails and publication about the meeting in the Sun Current. So this has been to Sustainability Commission a couple times to get their feedback. And both Sustainability and Planning Commissions recommended approval. I did want to mention Sustainability commented that the screening requirements could be a barrier for some desired uses such as daycares. But they also recognize that that could be kind of incorporated as part of a larger, a future project. So I do have a staff recommended motion to adopt the ordinance, and if adopted, recommended or a summary publication motion as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. Council, any questions for Mr. James this evening? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hopefully this one's quick. This is not the section that would deal with diseased and dead trees. Is that correct? 'Cause I know that's come up a few times. Councilmember Beloga's brought it up in terms of looking at our dead tree rules and making sure they get taken down before they cause damage.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson. I did touch base with Dave Hansen. I think he's working on that project. I think that is, it's a separate project from this, and maybe same chapter in the code, but yeah, separate project.
Great, thank you. Just want to make sure that was still moving forward.
Yeah.
Mr. James, you said you did some outreach. The Sustainability Commission talked about this. The Planning Commission talked about this. Was there public input in either of those two venues?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. With the Sustainability Commission, we had one person kind of sit in and listen in. They were interested in, broader sustainability efforts, but no specific comment at either any of the meetings for this item.
Have you received any emails or feedback, phone calls?
I've not received any feedback either.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions? If not, this is a public hearing. I'd like to now open the public hearing for item 7.3, which is an ordinance change updating our landscape and tree preservation ordinance. Do we have any callers for item 7.3?
Leah, do we have any callers for item 7.3? Leah, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Now I hear you. Yes. Do we have any callers for agenda item 7.3?
We currently don't have any participants on the line. Please continue.
Thank you.
Council, we have no one coming forward to speak at our public hearing. Now to Councilmember Nelson's concerns about folks who may not have realized that we were still going to do this. I refer back to Mr. James's comments about the input to this point and to the fact that this is a cleanup item, and to the point that more changes, as Councilmember Nelson and I think as the staff report indicated, there may be more substantive changes coming in the future, but they aren't necessarily in this one. So with that, I would be comfortable that we look at closing this public hearing and continue to move this on and continue to move toward adoption or resolution on this issue, as opposed to tabling it and waiting for a possible additional input.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing on item 7.3. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.3. Council, anything additional on this one? Any questions? Clarifications from Mr. James? If not, I would look for action.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. In case PL 2021-29, I move to adopt the ordinance and associated changes to the landscaping and screening policies and procedures document as attached to the staff report to make minor amendments to chapters 10, 18, 19, 21, and 22 of the city code, and move the landscaping and screening and tree preservation sections from chapter 19 to chapter 21.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, a second by Councilmember Lohman to adopt the ordinance regarding to landscaping and screening policies and procedures as stated. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Coulter, summary publication.
Thank you, Mayor. In case PL 2021-29, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing summary publication of the ordinance attached to the staff report.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, a second by Councilmember Lohman for summary publication on this item. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 for summary publication. Moving on to item 7.4. This is not a public hearing, but it is. We've had the public hearing on this, and we're now cleaning up some items on the ordinance to implement ranked choice voting for municipal elections. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got to get my own.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, just a quick question here. Could we, just given the hour here, I'm wondering, could we get clarification on whether it's item 7.6, is that indeed a public hearing?
It actually is a public hearing. It was noticed as a public hearing. It was just referenced wrong here in this information that we have. So my goal is my goal is to kind of put our heads down and get through a couple of items here and make sure that we get this public hearing because the representatives from SIC are with us this evening.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, and I recognize this might turn into a debate that ends up taking longer than the actual change and not saving any time, but would it make sense to take item, whatever I said it was, 7.6? Would it make sense to take that now and get the public hearing done and then move on to things that are not a public hearing?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I think staff would be supportive of that. I don't think we're inconveniencing Ms. Wilson by deferring her item for a few minutes here. And so the question I think is, do you want to work through it tonight, recognizing we have a representative from SIC? The alternative is that we could open the public hearing and continue it to May 3rd. If we don't have any callers, I don't know that this is an item that's necessarily controversial, but I'll leave that up to the council to discuss if...
Understood. I like the suggestion, Councilmember Coulter, and perhaps if we move to adjust the agenda to move item 7.6 ahead in the agenda to where we are now so that we can take this one on, and I think to open the public hearing and to actually have the conversation with SIC to take it on. And then so the representatives who are here representing SIC, we can hear from them, get information that we need, and move on this, and then let them go on their way on this Monday evening. So, Council, I would move that we adjust tonight's agenda and move item 7.6 ahead of 7.4 in the agenda so we can address that at this time.
Second.
A motion and a second by Councilmember Coulter to adjust the agenda as stated. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. So with that, I will call in our new agenda order, I will call item 7.6, which is a hearing regarding a resolution with the Minnesota Investment Fund application for SIC Incorporated. Mr. Rudlang is here, and I know that we do have a representative from SIC here as well. Mr. Rudlang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Ms. Wilson, if I could have the opportunity to share presentation.
Certainly, one moment.
While we're waiting for that, we do, oh, there we go. If, We do have a representative from SIC on the line tonight, Dave McGinty, who has been shepherding the project through the various processes at the city. He's available for questions, but is not planning to speak unless the council would like to hear from SIC. So just a quick rundown on SIC. You've heard this at a number of city council and port authority meetings in the past. The city acquired the interstate and alpha parcels through the years, extended Lindell Lane between 24th and 28th, and is now developing the interstate and alpha 5 parcel as the SIC development. SIC is a German family name. We became aware of SIC through the foreign trade zone, and they were targeting exurban 20-acre sites. We worked closely with them through their site selection process to come up with a plan to put them on this much smaller site of 14 acres over a 4-phase process. The first phase, single-story production and logistics. They'll see entitlement approval consideration on May 3rd. On second phase is a headquartered office building. Phase 3 is additional production and logistics, and phase 4 is a second office building. And the project would proceed like this with blue buildings and then these orange ones on the southern half of the site, and then a full build out of the 14-acre site. We have a subsidy package that the city moved through the Port Authority and Council at previous meetings. And this is the state's involvement in the project through the Minnesota Investment Fund. I'm not going to read through it, but it's a forgivable loan program where the state invests in jobs in certain industries and in certain industries. And so at this point, what we're asking is the council approve a resolution so that we can go forth and make the MIF application with deed. We work with the business to do this from time to time for certain projects. It's deed funded. It's not city funding that comes through this program. It's for retention and attraction. These are forgivable loans potentially, and this would be for up to $1 million. The timeline for the project extends back a couple of years and extends out through 2034 through the potential last office building. And where we are today is April 26th, obviously, with the council considering the application for the Minnesota Investment Fund. And with that, we look for a motion to adopt the resolution for the submission of the MIF application. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Council, any questions of Mr. Redlang on this application for the Minnesota Investment Fund? Mr. Redlang, what was the last time you said we've done this in the past? What was the last application we made? Do you recall?
Mr. Mayor, council members, let's see. Minnesota Investment Fund has been used for Toro. I believe King Controls, and that's a business in the southwest part of Bloomington. And I may be missing one, but those are the two that come to mind right now.
Good, thank you. Just out of curiosity more than anything. Council, anything? If not, this is a public hearing. It's a hearing on item 7.6, which is an application with the Minnesota Investment Fund regarding SIC Incorporated, a potential or a future employer in the South Loop area. Do we have any callers who would like to speak on item 7.6?
Leah, do we have any callers on the line?
We still don't have any participants connected as of the moment.
All right, but the line is open if someone wanted to call in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Council, we do not have anyone coming forward to speak on item 7.6. I look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Councilmember Lohman.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 7.6. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.6. Council, any additional questions, anything at all? Details on this? Information from Mr. McGinty from SIC Incorporated? Hearing none, I would look for action, Council.
Mayor, I'd be happy to move a resolution approving submission of the Minnesota Investment Fund application for the SIC Product and Competency Center Americas LLC project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve submission of the Minnesota Investment Fund application. Hearing no further discussion from the council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Mr. Redlang, thanks for sticking with us. Mr. McGinty, I know you haven't had a chance to chime in or chose not to, but we appreciate your sticking with us as well. And I'll have you know we're looking forward to the groundbreaking in June and looking forward to the nicer weather and being able to meet face-to-face and getting this project underway. So congratulations. Thank you very much. With that, let's double back to item 7.4 and talk about our ordinance to implement ranked choice voting for municipal elections. Ms. Wilson, once again, I'm sorry we took you out of order here. I apologize for that.
It's all right. I'm just getting my presenter rights back. I'll be ready in a moment. All righty. I have just, I think, 4, maybe 5 slides for you here really quickly, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just a refresher or a reminder of where we've been on this. We've been working on this ordinance for a couple of months now. The council had discussions on it on March 1st and March 15th. You held a public hearing on March 22nd and provided staff with some direction for a few remaining edits upon the close of the public hearing. We'd originally intended to bring that edited version back for adoption at the April 12th meeting, but due to other events, that was postponed, and so we are here tonight hoping for final adoption of the proposed ordinance. My one slide trying to summarize everything that is in the ordinance. It provides for a number of definitions, defines the number of rankings that will be permitted, and what the council last landed at and what's reflected in the version in front of you tonight is that voters will be able to rank the number of candidates that filed for an office up to a maximum of 6. So if we have 5 candidates that file for a particular office, voters will be able to rank 1 through 5. If we have 6, they'll be able to do 1 through 6. But if we go over and have 7 or 8 candidates for an office, they'll still be limited to 6 rankings. The ordinance also, I got a typo there, but it lays out how we will tabulate votes. It defines how we'll determine if there is a winner on election night. If no one has a majority of first round votes on election night, then we'll go into tabulation rounds. This is where a change has been made from the last version you saw. We spent some time, the last time this was before the council, talking about a static threshold versus a dynamic threshold. The drafts in front of you incorporate a dynamic threshold. That means as we move through the rounds, we will determine the threshold for victory per round based on the number of active ballots in that round. There is somewhat of the expectation that as we move, if multiple rounds of tabulation are needed, we may have an increase in inactive ballots. And so this will keep that up to date. The ordinance defines how we'll deal with write-in candidates, skipped rankings, overvotes, or repeat rankings, how we'll resolve ties, when and how recounts will be provided, and it also provides for a post-election review. These are all areas that the council has covered in its earlier discussions. In your packet tonight are 2 versions of the ordinance that have been labeled Option A and Option B. There is one difference between the 2 versions. Option A maintains the status quo in terms of write-in candidates. We would handle write-in candidates the way we've handled them for years for municipal elections, and that is that all write-in votes are counted and tabulated for each individual candidate, so long as voter intent can be determined, which you can translate into as long as the city clerk can read the voter's handwriting enough to tell who the vote is for. Option B would move us towards the position taken by all of the other cities in Minnesota that used ranked choice voting, as well as the requirement that is currently in place for all county, state, and federal offices on the ballot in Minnesota. And that is write-in candidates must file notice 7 days in advance of an election in order to have votes, write-in votes for them tabulated individually. For any candidate that does not file that notice and become basically what we call a declared write-in candidate, all the other votes are lumped together as a vote for other write-in candidate. Some might ask if they have to file a notice. What's the difference between being doesn't that make them not a write-in? So people who file during the filing period have their name pre-printed on the ballots versus a write-in candidate. If we make them register, they would still not appear on the ballots because the ballots have long since been printed at that point when you're 7 days out. So that seems to be the last issue remaining to be resolved. And staff is recommending that at this time, the council adopt the ordinance option A that's presented with the status quo on write-in candidates. All written votes counted for each individual candidate, assuming voter intent can be determined. I'll be honest, this is a little bit administratively less efficient. It will create more work for our election staff. However, with the current wording of the Bloomington City Charter, our city attorney's office has concerns about going with option B at this time. It works for those other cities that use ranked choice voting because they do not have the same exact language in their city charter that we have. We're going to be talking to the Charter Commission in May about this, and we'll continue to work on it. But it doesn't appear likely that the charter could, even if there was an interest in amending the charter, it would be really tight to amend it in time for this year's election. And at this point, we do need to move on to the next stages of planning for carrying out a ranked choice voting election. If we find after this year's municipal election that the tabulation of individual votes for each and every write-in candidate is creating a significant administrative burden, significantly delaying the announcement of our election results or otherwise causing a problem, the council can always come back and amend this ordinance prior to the next municipal election in the fall of 2023. But as I said, option A is the status quo, and we can prepare to be as prepared as we can be for that one. And it is the one that coincides with the city charter to the greatest extent. So that's all I have for you tonight. If there is a consensus, council's asked to make a motion to adopt the ordinance specifying whether your motion is for option A in the packet or option B.
Council, I think this was the only item we had left. I think we had come to agreement on the other items regarding ranked choice voting, whether it was the number of candidates, the dynamic thresholds versus the static thresholds, and even how to resolve ties. This was the one thing that we had kind of held off and trying to resolve it. And it's interesting to hear that it's basically our city charter that's resolving it for us for the most part because of the language that makes it most applicable. So it gives us the opportunity to move forward, as Ms. Wilson says, with status quo, basically how we've been doing it for years around here. But it also gives us the opportunity to see how it goes. And if we need to make adjustments, we certainly could in the near future. Any questions or comments on this? Councilmember Lohman?
Just a quick question. I am certainly more supportive of the, after giving some thought around the B piece, but obviously, I just wanted to know, are we concerned that there'll be an election challenge if we were to pick B? I wasn't real clear just after, again, rereading through and just, someone can just clarify that for me quickly, what the concern was that the attorney's office saw with the B option.
Ms. Wilson or Ms. Manderscheid?
If I could ask Ms. Manderscheid to chime in on that question.
Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, members, thank you. We have a provision in our charter that says all persons who desire to be elected must file an affidavit about 98 days beforehand. And so we had some concerns about the language. We believe that this provision of the charter is in there and was meant to apply to people that want their name to appear on the ballot, printed on the ballot. However, that language is different than a lot of other cities, as Ms. Wilson mentioned. And other cities have language along the lines of an eligible person, and then, you know, goes on from there, as opposed to all persons who want to be elected. So although we feel that the intent was likely intended to relate to appearing on the written ballot, printed ballot rather, we thought that this was very important and needs to be cleaned up anyway in our charter, and we didn't want to have a possible challenge in the middle of our rollout of ranked choice voting.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions here? Again, this was the last item to be resolved, and I think to Ms. Wilson's point, we need to move past this so we can get on to the next steps in getting ready for a ranked choice voting election this November. So with that, Council, I'd look for action.
I'm happy to make the motion, Mayor, if you want to get this moving here.
Councilmember Lohman, please.
Mayor, I'll approve the ordinance A, amending Chapter 3 of the City Code relating to the ranked choice voting method.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Carter, to approve the ordinance, which would amend Chapter 3 of the City Code relating to the ranked choice voting method, specifying option A in terms of what it was in the staff report regarding write-in ballots. Council, any additional questions, comments on this? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Councilmember Lohman, summary publication, please.
Mayor, I'll move summary publication of the aforementioned resolution.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Carter regarding summary publication. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item 7.5, another resolution. This is to establish a rules committee. And again, a discussion that we've been having for a while now. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Wilson, why don't we release our operator if we could?
Thank you. Leah, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
We are now done with all portions of the agenda that involve public comment. So we appreciate your service tonight, and you can go ahead and disconnect the line.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help tonight. Item 7.5, establishment of a rules committee. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. With the rules of procedure changes that were adopted recently by the City Council, one of the actions in there is to adopt and appoint a rules committee. And in the packet, you'll see that we have set it up so that we have 3 council members who would serve for 2 years, and then 3 more council members. And the rotation of appointment is based on the designation of the council seats. Pretty straightforward item, unless there are any questions from the council that you'd like us to answer.
Council, any questions? I saw that there were a few submitted earlier regarding specific names and whether or not re-elections would happen or elections and if turnover would happen. And I think the answer is very simply being that the names are simply placeholders to make sure we knew what we were talking about. And then if there is turnover, it would be just like our other committees that with turnover, we would appoint new members as needed. So pretty straightforward in that regard. Council, any other questions? Anything on this? Hearing none, Council, I would look for motion.
Mayor, I'm happy to make that.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I move that we approve the resolution establishing a rules committee as a standing committee comprised of 3 council members, each serving a 2-year term with a rotating schedule as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Coulter to establish a rules committee as a standing committee. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
I want to say no, but okay, yeah, aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item 8 in our agenda, which is our organizational business. And we're pushing right up to our 11 o'clock end time. And I know that we've got some people with using that as a drop dead time, that they're not able to extend past 11 o'clock this evening. So, Mr. Verbrugge, I'd look to you. Is there an item we could tick off the list here in the last 9 minutes or so? Perhaps 10 if we push a little bit past, just to get past one more thing on our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just consulting quickly with our racial equity coordinator, I know that her presentation on the progress update is about a 20-minute item. She says she can be quicker than that. I think that based on the fact that we've had a couple meetings already of our racial equity strategic planning committee, I would very much like to have at least a process check-in with the council in front of you. And I don't wish to diminish the importance of the earned sick and safe leave item, which has been delayed a couple weeks here. But I can certainly bring that back next Monday. And I don't think there's anything pressing for legislative updates. So with your concurrence and maybe the forgiveness of the group, if we can get a motion to maybe exceed by a couple minutes, that's my preference.
Why don't we do that, Council, if we would maybe look for a motion to extend to 11:15, not necessarily that we have to, but to extend that far. If a member needs to drop off for whatever reason, we certainly understand, but yes, I think a check-in would be good right now considering the planning committee has been met a couple of different times. So I'd look for a motion to extend our adjournment time to 11:15.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to extend our adjournment time to no later than 11:15 this evening. Hearing no further discussion. Ms.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question about that to the city manager. I know as far as the earned sick and safe leave update, the plan was to essentially have the working group going by May. And I know as you said, we've already continued this a couple of times. Is that timeline is still going to work well enough if we kick it back another week?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Coulter, the intent with the working group is to have them start up in June. I think if we bring this by May 3rd, we can bring back to the council by May 24th the action to formally impanel the committee so that we could get them working by June, I believe. What we're working on right now is the engagement plan, which we could also bring you, and we may have that ready to go by next Monday as well. So 1 week delay, I don't think is going to be detrimental to the effort.
Okay, thank you.
You okay with that, Councilmember? We're good? Okay. We have a motion and a second to extend our adjournment time to 11:15, and I think we were just going to call the question. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Call item 8.1, which is an update on our Racial Equity Strategic Planning Committee. Ms. Jackson, thanks for sticking with us this long, and please take it away.
Thank you. So I will try to get through this fairly quickly. I do want to highlight a couple of the slides here on the screen. And so I'll start with just a little bit of a recap of how this came to be. I think the
So
important.
Faith, can I interrupt you for just 1 second? We're seeing your next slide display as well. So if you go to display setting.
Give me 1 second. Okay, what about now?
I think we're good now.
Okay.
If you start from the beginning there, let's see what it looks like.
Are you able to see it now?
Looks
You're
good.
You're golden. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So I think the important thing to note here is just a reminder that all of this work is really centered in what we know about the Bloomington community, and that's that we have significant racial disparities in many aspects of community well-being that include things like income, housing, health, etc. A lot of that information has been included in previous presentations to the council, and also the data there was included in the information that supported the racism as a public health crisis resolution. And so it was that resolution that birthed the Racial Equity Strategic Planning Committee. In declaring racism a public health crisis, this council decided not only to make a declaration, but to attach that declaration to some sort of tangible effort to address those issues. And so the council asked staff to bring forth some recommendations for addressing racial disparities. We recognized that we could not do that work on our own, and that we wanted to bring in our community partners to help us determine what those solutions should be. And so we need to note here is that this group is charged with developing those operational strategies that we need in order to disrupt racial disparities. Also, and just a reminder that the end product of this work is a report that will be presented to City Council. Here on this slide, there's information about the committee composition, and so I won't read through all of this. Some of the important things to note here is that in the composition of the group, we do have representation from our Human Rights Commission, from the Advisory Board of Health, and also from the Police Department's Multi-Advisory Committee. And so those representatives are part of this larger group that includes representation from our nonprofit partners and also business leaders in the community, Bloomington Public Schools staff and students, and also some City of Bloomington staff. In addition to that, we have some city staff who sit in on each meeting sort of as an observer to the process, and they sometimes participate in the small group discussions. At this point, that group has largely been made of the project management team that supports this committee. That's a sub-segment of the executive leadership team, but in the future, we may be looking in to bring in other city staff to observe the process and participate in some of those small group sessions, including some folks from our police department and also our community development department. In the next slide here, we talk a little bit about the strategic planning process. And so the strategic planning process in this committee is facilitated by the United Health Group Equity Innovation Lab out of the YWCA. And so they are utilizing the human-centered design process to develop prototypes for how we address racial disparities. And so this simply means that the committee will be going through a series of discussions about what are the underlying causes of racial disparities, and then they'll come together jointly to develop those solutions. Another thing to pay attention to or make note of here on this slide, it says the recognition that we understand that equity takes a different path, and so that we will be modifying systems and being really flexible with this process throughout. And so there may be sort of timeline changes and or process changes as we move forward, really acknowledging that sort of the ultimate goal here is to make sure that we come away with those strategies for disrupting racial disparities. And so we will be flexible and really focusing on sort of the need to be responsive and adapt as needed. Here on the screen, now you'll see a meeting timeline. Again, this timeline is sort of a framework for what we plan to do over the next several months, recognizing that there may be changes to this timeline. But essentially what we'll do is we'll continue to meet up into around late June. And then during the month of July and early August, both the strategic planning facilitators at the YMCA United Equity Group and myself and some other staff will work on developing a report. And so pulling together the information that's been provided in these presentations. And so in each meeting leading up to that point, we will have guest presenters come in and highlight some of the issues, racial disparity issues that we have in those various sectors and domains of public health. And then the committee will, after listening to those presentations, start to have conversations on their own about how do we address those issues, what are the underlying causes, and then again, after they've had those discussions, begin to develop those prototypes. You'll notice here on the timeline in the center, and so I'll highlight a little bit so you can see it, that throughout this process, we plan to have active community engagement. And so, and then also in the timeline where you see the green stars, is sort of examples of where we're going to do sort of critical, sort of means that we're prioritizing community engagement at that point. And so to kick off this process for community engagement, we develop a Let's Talk Bloomington page. And so that is an avenue for community members to go in, add suggestions about what things the committee should be reviewing and sort of how we address some of these issues. And as it relates to communication and awareness, at the beginning of this process, we also developed a press release that was released by our communications department and develop a landing page for this work on the city's website. And so as we move through this process, we'll continue to make opportunities both for staff and the broader community to engage in the process. And we'll also be proactive about getting communications out and promoting the work of this committee through our traditional channels like social media and the Bloomington briefing and things like that. And so this is sort of an overview of how we'll move through the next several months. I'm going to move over this slide here. This just really talks about some of the things that we're having to reckon with as we're developing this committee, recognizing that in-person engagement is a priority for work like this. We're unable to do that, but we're doing our best to account for that through the virtual processes, and just knowing that as things change in terms of our abilities to be limited by the COVID-19 restrictions, we'll try to make accommodations for that moving throughout this process. Also here on the last bullet point, we highlight some of the risks of not moving forward with this work. And those include things like the issues outside of the city's direct control continue to go unaddressed. It'll be a missed opportunity for us to build trust and hear from voices that we don't typically hear from, and also a lack of direction for resource allocation and policymaking. So these are some of the reasons we're really focused on allowing this committee to help us address these issues. Now, this slide here that you see on the screen is something that you've seen before. This is sort of a roadmap for how we engage community in the city of Bloomington. You'll notice that along this continuum, some of these things perhaps seem really familiar to the council, like the consultant involved stages. That's where we do the majority of our engagement work in the city of Bloomington. But for this project, we are asking the council to shift over to that collaborative stage. And so in this stage, we'll be more intentional about our collaboration with community partners. And so we're not just asking for feedback on a document, but we're really asking the committee to work in collaboration with us and help us determine what those solutions are. In this next slide, we really call out what that public participation goal is. And so what we're saying to the committee, or what we're asking the council to say to the committee, is that we respect your expertise and that we appreciate their ability to serve. And we recognize that we cannot solve this problem without them. So we're really inviting them to help develop those innovative and creative solutions that we really need in order to address these issues that have plagued our community for a really long time. In doing so, our promise to the public is that we're going to trust them. We're going to trust them in generating prototypes. And as they continue throughout this process, we will proactively seek out opportunities to raise any concerns that we have, seek to find common ground with the process, and as much as possible, incorporate their advice and recommendations into our final decisions. And so recognizing that this committee is spending a significant amount of time helping us address these issues, we really want to do the most that we can to endeavor to take their recommendations and incorporate them into our final decision, recognizing that even in doing so, the council does still have the final decision-making authority in this process. Having said that, recognizing that we want you to proactively look for opportunities to engage the committee and sort of bring up concerns along the way, staff is going to be intentional about providing you those opportunities. And so always sharing updates on the work of the committee via the One Weekly We'll also have some information on the city's webpage, and then I will be attending meetings like this periodically and sort of giving these updates on the work. In addition to that, we do have a council liaison on the committee, and Councilmember Carter. And so I encourage the council to share any feedbacks or questions that you have with that council liaison. Also, invite your constituents to provide their input via the digital engagement site. And as always, feel free to reach out to me via phone call or email. In addition to that, as it relates to what happens after this committee has developed prototypes and the report is polished, because you're going to be engaged throughout that process, we're not expecting surprises, right? But perhaps there may be the need to reconcile differences in approach or modify strategies once that final report makes its way for you to review. And so again, if that is the case, if there are any changes to be made, we're asking that the council endeavor to stay true to the committee's advice and recommendations, and where those changes or modifications are needed, that we follow up with the public about why and how we're going to do that. And so with that, I think I made it within 10 or 15 minutes. I don't have a timer here in front of me, but I think that we're still within the time period that I committed to, and I will pause and see if we have any questions.
You are within the time that you committed to, and we appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Council, any questions of Ms. Jackson regarding the Racial Equity Strategic Planning Committee? Councilmember Martin?
Yeah, just real briefly, and I know this is an item that's going to be before us in coming meetings here, but how does the work of this committee kind of relate to our overall kind of citywide strategic planning initiative we're going to be jumping into?
Ms. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Martin. Great question. And so the work of the Racial Equity Strategic Committee is really thinking about what are those things that we can do to address racial disparities in our external community, so the things that are outside of our control. And so the Racial Equity Business Plan and the work of this committee will be happening simultaneously. And once we have a report, and that report is brought to the council, and we're adopting and implementing those strategies, we'll merge that work together.
It's really exciting. Thanks for your work on this.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. You may have just sort of answered this already, but I'm wondering what conversations, I guess, if any, at this point, have there been about, as far as what the sort of there's a report mentioned, but what is the deliverable for this committee? What kinds of things can we expect to be in that report? Are we talking about specific actions, or what exactly? Do you have much of a clue on that yet? An idea, I should say, excuse me.
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Coulter. Yes, to your question about do we know what we can expect? Yes, we have a little bit of an inclination in terms of what types of things that we can expect, but not sort of the details of that. And so we are looking for actionable and tangible items that the council will be able to move forward on. And so that may come in a form of policy. It may be something that says, here's a program or an initiative that we need to create. Perhaps it's just some sort of collaboration or resolution or stance that we need to take as an organization. But we're really looking for those sort of tangible things that we'll be able to move forward on.
Okay, thank you.
Council, anything else? Councilmember Carter, as our liaison, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. We've had 2 conversations so far, and they have been robust and really powerful. And the attendees, despite having to be virtual, have been really engaged. Conversation was the Tuesday after we had canceled our council meeting because of the killing of Dante, right? And so it was a pretty raw and emotional conversation, but we got feedback from many of the community members there that although there was maybe a little bit of hesitation or concern just because of the rawness of so much of the emotion that was being felt, that it was for at least the people that I heard from, a really powerful conversation. And Faith has just really done an incredible job, and as well as the facilitators who are helping with that process. I just think it's been going super, super well, and I'm really excited for the next meetings. And I think our next one is tomorrow. So very, very excited. And again, yeah, if there's any feedback, always happy to hear that.
Good. Very glad to hear that it's going so well. Council, unless there's anything else? No action on this item. It's just information only. Thank you to Faith for your work on this and for bringing this forward, keeping us updated in the check-in, and to Councilmember Carter for serving as our liaison. We'll look forward to additional updates as we move along in this process. So thank you so much. Council, item 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4, I think, 8.2 and 8.3, I'd like to continue to our next meeting if we could, and move on to 8.4, City Council policy and issue updates in the last 4 minutes here before 11:15. Do we need an official motion to continue those, or are those just kind of move on to our next? Okay, those just move on to our next meeting, which we'll. And I hear your concerns, Councilmember Coulter, and I understand we'll get to the process for developing the ordinance around earned sick and safe leave. We will get to that next time. I guarantee you that. We promise we'll get that done. Item 8.4, City Council policy and issue updates. Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor, council members, I have nothing additional this evening.
Council members, do we have anything? Councilmember Coulter.
Just a very quick one, Mayor. I just wanted to extend my thanks to our Human Rights Commission from last year, who was our complete count committee for the census. And I'm sure you all have heard the news. You weren't maybe obsessively following it on Twitter like I was. But Minnesota will keep all 8 of our congressional districts by 89 people. And that's the kind of number where literally everything anyone did made a difference. So I just wanted to thank our Human Rights Commission for the work they did on the census last year. It made the difference.
It absolutely did. Absolutely did. And by the narrowest of margins, and over New York State, which the population in New York State, how it dwarfs this population of the state of Minnesota, but we were able to get the numbers in. We were able to get the count and maintain all 8 congressional districts here in Minnesota. Council, anything else? Seeing none, Council, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this evening.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Carter to adjourn. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Uh-oh. I think we just had a hiccup in the system.
Can you hear me now?
Everybody is back now. Maybe we should start that again to get to our official adjournment.
It wasn't just me. Okay. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman? Uh-oh, looks like we might have lost.
Councilmember Loman, I think we have lost.
Off a few minutes ago.
Okay. Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busty?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We are officially adjourned. Thank you all very much for another long one, but another one with some very good work. So thanks to the council, thanks to the staff for all of your work. Outstanding job tonight. Thanks to the members of the public who tuned in with us and participated in our public hearing. So have a great rest of your evening. Not much left of it. Have a great day tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.